what I think I will drown in pink. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're giving. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Paint away day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Oh.
Let's go! What is up, people?
Would it matter if I had nothing to say? Would it matter if I had nothing to say? Would you want again what you could not change? It might be everything you hate in yourself. I think the name is still the same. I will gladly face the blame. Behind a smile I can fade away. I can't remember myself. I can't remember myself. Nothing else is in the way. Tell me who could be. Let's go. Yeah, I saw somebody died in that raid. Sucks. I'm tripping. I've been here a while, but I won't unpack. I give you my all, but I want it back. Maybe I'm crazy and I see it in you. You and me, it's in the way. Dude,
You know what's so weird is just singing along to this song. I remember like back when I made that recording was like 1998, I think. But when I made that recording, like I had real trouble like hitting the notes back then, like even supporting that shit. And like now, dude, I can sing those notes like all around that shit so easily. Like I wish I could sing. I wish I could have sung as good then, right, as I did now. Although then I'm sure I would have gotten signed to Columbia Records and like would have had a completely different existence. As it is now, I did not get signed to Columbia Records. They fucking passed on us, and I moved to Portland. And here we are. So it would have been an alternate timeline. But goddamn, bro. You know? Goddamn, bro. Oh, yeah. All right. Dude, how we living? Dude, is it Friday? No way. Is it Friday night, dude? Is it really? Is it Friday night? It's Friday night, isn't it? Holy shnikes, bro. I think it is Friday night. I lose track of like what day it is and stuff because you know what I'm saying? It's like all the days bleed into one because every single day of mine, unless I have like a massage appointment or something, which always happen on Thursdays, that's how I center what day it is. And normally Jenny and I would go see movies on Sunday, but we've been switching it up because she's been busy on the weekends, on Saturday. So like now, you know what I'm saying? But curious as to what, but we watched that video, boss. That was the video that we all watched. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious that it was edited or whatever with that cut. And I mean, they did enhance it and do whatever they did with those filters. So the Wired story to me was not, it was not news, right? I thought it was pretty obvious that whole thing was a hack job from the beginning, right? You know what I mean? You saw the little like fucking fast forward and stop buttons up in the corner and shit. Now, the question about it, though, does sort of remain like, is that even the two pieces of footage? You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows? But yeah, I mean, the Wired story seemed like it was just confirming what we already knew, right? But the fact that they looked at the metadata and had that, I mean, we know that shit's it's a con, okay? We know it's a con. Right, we do. I mean, we know that Epstein is deeply tied to Trump. Now, you know what I find interesting? Okay, here's what I find interesting. Okay, is that was 2019. Okay, 2019 is when that happened, and it was August 9th. Right? The late night of August 9th into August 10th of 2019. But you guys may not realize this, but that was the 50th anniversary of the Tate and LaBianca murders, right? Charles Manson, when he killed Sharon Tate and the LaBiancas, that happened on August 9th and 10th of 1969. So Epstein went down on the 50-year anniversary of the Tate LaBianca weekend. Isn't that interesting? Right? That's pretty wild. Those of you who like your serial killer facts or your murderous, right? Your murder data. You were 6? Let's go. I wasn't even born. Yeah, well, so what's what's interesting about this is I saw somebody earlier in chat saying, "Oh, Ghislaine Maxwell needs to watch her back," but I think Ghislaine Maxwell is actually safe, right? I think her family and who she is like a part of, I think everybody involved knows that she would never open her mouth. Like, you could fucking torture her and she wouldn't open her mouth, which is why she's still alive, right? Jeffrey Epstein was not as noble, right? Yeah, well, so Sticky, you know what's funny about it is, and we're going to talk about that because this is, I mean, it's Trump's fault, okay? This is all about Trump, all right? This is absolutely 100% Donald Trump. Now, Pam Bondi, they're going to look for somebody to like blame, you know what I'm saying? And it's going to be interesting though to see what the move is here, right? Because Pam Bondi is South Florida, okay? She is like a Donald Trump coverer. You know what I mean? I feel like Pam Bondi's in the Palm Beach, South Florida family, the sort of mafioso vibes of Donald Trump's area where he lives. And so I don't see him throwing Pam Bondi under the bus. You know what I mean? Like, you know, right? So I don't know how this is going to play out because I feel like Dan Bongino is the weak link. He's the one that is sort of least whatever deep. But then 𝗙cie𝗶𝗏 said, if Dan Bongino's gone, I'm leaving too. So now Trump is going to have a, he's got a conundrum here, right? He's got a conundrum here. She is loyal to Trump, and she's been loyal to Trump. Like, she knows where the bodies are buried and has for years, you know? So it's going to be interesting, but let's look and see what we do know. Okay. I just recently retweeted a tweet though, guys, that I would like to share with you because I called Bongino's, I basically back in May, right? I said, here, dude, Bongino isn't going to make it a full term. He's going to crack. You can see it happening already. Couldn't happen to a bigger loser. So that was my prediction, that Dan Bongino was going to be the first guy getting off Epstein Island, right? You know, because yes, he doesn't work. I mean, the guy's a fucking podcaster, bro. He like literally wakes up and sits on Twitter and then goes into his home studio. I mean, going to the office every day and the pressure of an agency and having to answer to the media and all this shit. Dude, he's way out of his wheelhouse, okay? I don't think he's good at the job, and I don't think he likes the job at all. And you know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's interesting too, because you could say, oh, the power, but when you're like a podcaster, you have your own show, you have a lot of power already. I mean, and you don't have to deal with the face-to-face going to the office shit. So, right? So I don't think that Bongino was ever really well suited to the job. But 𝗙cie𝗶𝗏 saying he's going to leave if Bongino goes is really interesting. And it is, yeah, Les, you're right. It is fucking amateur hour. I mean, because again, you ready? Because again, guys, none of these people got put in these jobs because of their capability at doing the job. There you go. That's the rub. There's no such thing as meritocracy in Trump world. None of these people got this job because they're good. Pam Bondi didn't get it because she's a good lawyer, a good prosecutor. Dan Bongino didn't get it because he's a good in law enforcement. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗏 isn't good at shit. They got it because of sheer loyalty, okay, to Trump. That's it. All you had to do was be able to, like, you know, if they can put a bag over your head and you'll take the ass kicking, you're hired, right? That's it. End of story. You know, no talent required. And this is what's so funny, right? Is these guys, these MFers running around sort of talking about meritocracy when you see somebody like Charlie Kirk, you know, double tugging, and he's talking about meritocracy, right? You know what I mean? And it's like, Charlie, shut the fuck up, bro. There is no meritocracy. None of these people have merit. You know, you're right. Rubio is probably the only guy qualified to work his job. Okay, Rubio. I'll give him Rubio. You know what I'm saying? I'll give him Rubio. That's it. And Burgum. I'll give him Doug Burgum too. Those two guys are actually qualified to do their job. Okay? That's it. Other than that, there's nobody in that admin that is even remotely qualified. But yeah, shall we get into it? I heard there was like an explosive argument. Do we have that? Is there any tape? Yeah, Rubio is a disgrace. Dude, Bongino. Dude, you want to see? Can I show you something? Because Dan Bongino was the first like MAGA influencer to block me. This was years ago, before I even got famous in Fortnite. And can I just show you that the tweet that got me blocked? Let's go. We'll go all the way back. It was like 2018, right? It was 2018. He posted something that he later deleted. And I said, Dan Bongino should go back to something he's good at, touching his wiener. And that got me blocked, right? Back in 2018, bro. That was it. Oh, shit, dude. November 7th. Ironically, election, the day after the election, right? The day after the 2018 election, right? Let's go. Dude, that was it. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Dude, so I've been long blocked. He was the first in a long line. Dude, right here, though, look at this. I said, we might see Bongino end up on a rooftop somewhere with a rifle before this thing is through. Look at him, dude. Look at him, bro. This guy, I mean, this guy's not a brain trust to begin with. Dan Bongino, he, you know, Sharon, let's go. Thank you, Sharon, for that membership. We appreciate you. Welcome aboard. Let's go. We're going to give you a little. Yeah, baby. Later. Dude, he does look like a jumper, doesn't he? That's a great word for it. But yeah, man, he is probably going to, you know what I'm saying? And this was my thing right here when he said Bongino crying about how hard his life is. And I'm like, dude, he's not going to make it full term. There's no way. All right. So anyway, let's see if we can find the goods. All right. I feel like this is going to be open windows. Oh, yeah. Dude, he doesn't want to get the Putin. So there's the war. Okay. There is the war. So he took a leave of absence after a dispute with Pam Bondi. Okay. Let's see. Let's the gift of failure. I'm resigning for biblical reasons. Dude, cooked. Absolutely. Dude, Shannon Watts. Look at this. This is Dan. Shannon Watts is the one who started Mom's Demand, right? To fight guns. Okay. And look at this. He says, of all the people I've wasted my time on social media, you take the cake. Oh, Pendulous, the gifted membership. Let's go, baby. Congrats to Spin Me. Thank you, guys. So he's just a shit talker, bro. Now, so Pam Bondi is protecting Trump, and Bongino and 𝗙cie Patel are now threatening to leave. This is real interesting, okay? Because, again, like I said, I feel like Trump owes the biggest, like Trump's biggest family connect is with Bondi, okay? It is. But everybody's calling for Bondi's resignation because she's a woman, guys, right? I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. Hello? They always want the woman first. Okay? The chum is gonna fall around the woman, and they're gonna, the woman, it's gotta be the woman's fault. Right? It's true. I mean, I think if she was a male AG, they might be calling for the FBI people to about this. But, you know, oh my God, dude, there we go, dude. Herschel Walker, let's go with this little badge. All right, so let's see if we can find a little bit on the gist, a little gist on the gisty. Oops, what the hell was that? Dude, what the hell, bro? What are we doing? YouTube, what are you doing? So if you see it, okay? If you see it, if we look at Bondi, everybody's calling for Bondi's resignation, okay? If you look at the right-wing shitfluencers, like Laura Loomer, okay? She's a big-time shitfluencer, and oh my God, dude. Laura Loomer's calling Tucker Carlson a bitch. Oh, Lordy. This is crazy. Dude, you see how they're splitting? This is a noticeable split. Now, I am separating from the Cenk Uygur school. I don't believe any of these guys are coming to join us. And I certainly, if Tucker Carlson said he was going to be a Democrat now, I'd be like, fuck you, boss, right? But the split is happening, okay? Yeah, they're not coming with us. Cenk Uygur can have him, right? He can have him as part of his, whatever, his rebellion party, okay? But the split is definitely happening, okay? There's a definite split. So let's find Loomer. I know she commented on Pam Bondi here. Okay. Oh, here it is. So she said, Scoop. First off, she said, oh my God, dude, she's layering this shit up. So she says, FBI Director Cash and Bongino are livid with Bondi over a DOJ memo, lack of transparency. Sources tell me Bongino's taken the day off, speculation whether or not he returns over his disgust with Blondie's lack of transparency. Pam Bondi has brought embarrassment to Trump. She lied to the American people. Cash and Bongino are furious. So they're unified. They're trying to force her out. Trump should just fire her. So she's being called for firing. Then she says that Bongino's thinking about resigning. Although newsflash, he was thinking about resigning months ago. He doesn't like it. He's not good at the job, right? And it's very likely that Bongino resigns unless Bondi is fired. Unless Bondi is fired or resigns. Then it's we may not have a deputy FBI director by Monday. We could see a weekend resignation from Bongino. And sources say 𝗙cie_𝗶𝗹𝗀 agrees and says Bondi needs to be removed. Okay? The MAGA base would love to see Trump fire Pam Bondi. Again, I don't know, man. I will be a little surprised if Trump fires Pam Bondi. I mean, anything can happen, right? Anything can happen, but, anything can happen. Rogan said he'd vote for a centrist Democrat. Fuck Joe Rogan, dude. Dude, seriously, he was a Bernie guy. Now he wants a centrist Democrat? Dude, Joe Rogan, eat a dick, boss. Seriously, get that fucker, put that fucker to pasture, bro. Dude, now he wants a centrist Democrat? Dude, you watch. He's going to try and get Gavin Newsom in there. No way she is covering for him, and he knows that. So do you think they really don't know? So Les, see, I don't know what's going on with this. Like, at this point with the Epstein thing, I don't know who really knows what. I have a sneaking suspicion that okay, I have a sneaking suspicion that Dan Bongino and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 don't have access to all the information. That's kind of what I think. I think Dan Bongino and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 are more figureheady PR people. You know what I'm saying? They're behaving like they don't have all the information. Because if they had the information, they could, at least dispel the notion, right? Like even with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀, when he said, we've got the camera, you're going to see the footage of the cell. And then all of a sudden this footage shows up. I don't think Cash had seen that footage. I think there's a level above Cash and Bongino. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a level of operating that's happening outside of them. So yeah, I don't know though. It's hard to tell because we don't know. Yeah, the thing about Pam Bondi, again, dude, she has Florida roots. She is like the Palm Beach Mafia, okay? If we look at her, okay, look at this, man. All right, she's from Tampa, dude. She is, you know what I'm saying? She was a Democrat until 2000. Isn't that wild? That's crazy. She was a Democrat and then she switched. But she is a long time, South Florida person. Okay, so I feel like I think she knows where a lot of Trump skeletons are buried. Honestly. I honestly think Pam Bondi knows where a lot of Trump skeletons are buried, and so I think she's not getting fired. And I agree with what Day Trader said, that Bongino and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 were only there to make sure the FBI doesn't look into anything about Trump. But yeah, man, this is going to be, interesting, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? Because look at this. She was brought in during the impeachment, and she was the one who first made the allegations about Hunter Biden that fueled the Republican investigations. Pam Bondi's she's deep. You know what I mean? She is deep. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be real interesting. Dude, she's Italian too, right? So she's kind of she's like a mobster, you know? Dude, yeah, she is like a mobster. So when was she Florida Attorney General? Yeah, that was shortly after that first round of things. But yeah, she's kind of a mobster. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be real interesting. Let's see if we can find a good video about this, all right? Oh yeah, Megyn Kelly though. Can we watch this little bit of Megyn Kelly? Because Megyn Kelly, I think, is freaking about Pam Bondi. I heard she went off on her. All right? Yeah, this little student action thing. You ready? Let's watch this. Oh, man, dude. Dude, yeah, no, she is going after her.
Hello, Tampa. Love you.
So, Megyn, you're here on a slow news day.
Nothing's going on. Has anyone been on X in the past hour?
They're happy. That's why you know they haven't
That's right.
been on social media.
We'll update you.
Why don't you update them, Megyn?
Well, this is the first big scandal, I'd say, of the Trump administration that's on Team Rational. It's not a fake media scandal like the left tries to create for President Trump every other day. It's one of the right's own making, and it's not going well. And it has to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Let me
Dude, it just amazes me, though. How do they sit and all like circle around the Jeffrey Epstein situation while just, it's like ignoring everything about Trump's connection to the guy? Isn't that weird? Isn't that the weirdest cognitive dissonance that you have ever seen? Where it's obvious that Trump is deeply connected, this guy, all the way back to 𝗪𝗪𝗪 and the immunity deal. And for 20 years, Trump has been, a shadow of Jeffrey Epstein, even though he's managed to avoid it a lot in the media. But the fact of the matter is he is one of Epstein's like deepest, closest inner circle. And they literally like just look past him. It's like they don't even see him. They like do this shit. Like, oh yeah, where is he? Where's that Epstein stuff? It is wild. You know what I'm saying? It is wild.
just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people.
Everybody cares. I think
A lot. I said a lot. Every hand.
Here's what I think is happening. I don't think President Trump is focused on this. He's focused on a lot of other things which are going great, and he needs to be focused on those other things. Jeffrey Epstein's not the most important thing on his agenda.
Yeah, he's focused on a lot of other things that are going great, like the fact that people died in Texas because Kristi Noem didn't respond fast enough. He jumped down a reporter's throats during a question asking today. The no deals, 90 deals in 90 days was 2 deals in 90 days and a bunch of letters. I mean, him and Elon are on the outs. Doge fell apart. His bill passed, which is probably going to cost the Republicans the House. They're already talking about gerrymandering Ohio and Texas because they're so fearful of how big of losses they're going to take, right? Somebody died in their stupid ICE raid in California on the farm. A person died. A Palestinian American was just killed in Israel in the West Bank, and Trump didn't even like make a statement, really. No condemnation. They're just like, oh, well, whatevs. Right? Alligator Alcatraz is flooding. I mean, you're hard pressed to find a success. They haven't really deported anyone. It's like 100,000 people they've deported in a half a year. And, it's been nothing but scandal after scandal. Most of the country, including a significant portion of Trump supporters, are over the immigration raids. People are not liking this. People wanted the criminals out, but most people are upset that they're going to baseball practice. They went to a fucking baseball practice and were harassing kids playing baseball and got up in the face of a coach. Like, dude, what are they doing? Nothing is going good. But of course, Megyn Kelly is like, oh my God, I just lost 30 pounds today. The Trumpy's doing so good. Let me go puke in the bathroom. Jesus.
By any stretch of the imagination. I mean, he's crushing it on the tariffs, foreign policy, just got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. If not Trump, then who? Honestly. Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize after 9 months in office. He had done nothing. He gave a nice speech about Muslims and they gave it to him. So President Trump should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize, and there's all sorts of things he's focused on. I just don't think this has captured his attention quite yet. But it needs to.
Dude, he got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize from a fucking war criminal. Dude, Cy, let's go, baby. Appreciate that 10 bones, boss. Let's go. Yes. Thank you, brother. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Dude, I got to change the audio. It's still on Twitch audio, but I'll fix that. All right, but thank you, Cy. Appreciate it. Glad you're here for the live, boss. You're here for the unrestrained.
Because it's starting to create a real hornet's nest within the administration. And I've got to be honest, I blame Pam Bondi. I'll tell you why, okay?
Because she's a woman.
Yes, incompetence, yes. I have nothing against Pam Bondi as a human being. I was fine with her nomination and her confirmation, and she's been loyal to the president, and I get that President Trump needs a loyal attorney general. Look what happened with Sessions the first time. He went away, and then the next thing you know, we had the Mueller investigation, and it was a nightmare. But there are a lot of other people who can be loyal and competent in that job. Here, she is the reason that things are unraveling around this story right now that virtually all of the Republican Party cares deeply about. It's also true that Dan Bongino and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀 had questions about Epstein before they took office, okay, before they went into the FBI. But once they joined the FBI, they said nothing. They kept their mouths shut about Epstein. You have not seen them, except for one joint appearance with Dan and Cash on Fox, running all over the media looking for attention on this, yes, clickbaity story. Who have you seen? Pam Bondi. She has never missed an opportunity to go on television and dangle sweet nothings that might be coming your way. Try to lead you to believe that she's got it, it's on her desk, it's coming tomorrow, you're gonna see something on Epstein. And it was a tease. So you either believe that Pam Bondi was telling the truth then, or that she's telling the truth now, but both cannot be true. She was either lying when she went on Fox News all those times saying, I've got it, we're looking at it, wait until you see it, it's horrible.
Dude, it's so funny watching the cognitive dissonance of these people because, you know, they like to talk about the deep state, the conspiracy, you know, it's the man behind the curtain, but you realize now Trump has gutted all these agencies. There's no more deep state. Have you noticed they don't have their usual reliable deep state? So now that there's no deep state, they've gutted all the agencies and everybody is a Trump loyalist. Now they're just going to eat each other because they literally don't have anyone else to blame. So now it's going to be blaming Pam Bondi, and then Bondi will go, and then they'll blame the next person, and they're just going to go on down the line because they have like somehow backed themselves into a corner where eventually they're going to realize like, oh shit, we just can't blame this on the Democratic deep state, George Soros, fucking whatever anymore, right? They're just falling apart. Now it's like, oh, Cash and Dan were quiet and Pam is like out here on Fox all the time and yada, yada, yada. Well, you know what's funny, Luke, is not only is this one not going to go away, but this one is going to be this is like the first domino, really, because when you think about it, we haven't hit the effects, okay? Trump and his sort of tariff shit, we're not going to hit that effects until 6 months from now, right? Right now, we're still a little bit coasting on the strength of the Joe Biden economy that Trump was given. But they've been racking up all these tariff charges. And so eventually the prices of those goods are going to get jacked up to make up for the tariffs that all these retailers bought. And there's no trade deals coming in. There's like 2 trade deals. Nobody's buying our shit. You know, there's going to be a record low travel here. Certainly nobody's vacationing in America. We're like the last place to vacation anymore. You know, 2 years from now, you're going to be able to come to America for like $50, bro. Right? Dude, Disney World's going to be like, please, bro. You know, I mean, it's going to be brutal. Yes, companies were like, we're bracing for this, hoping the chaos would go away. So it's getting worse. This is like probably the best and most stable we are going to see the Trump admin. From here on out, it is going to be breaking time. Breaking, like we just hit the breaking point. Now we're going downhill, bro. You know, grab your jackets. It's going to get windy.
Or she's lying in her 2-page memo that they released on a Sunday night at the tail end of a holiday weekend to Axios, as if Axios is where we all go for our news. Hell no. She went to someone she knew would not kick the tires on the story, and without signing the memo, dropped it in the dead of night and said, that's it, take the crumbs and be happy. Refused to come out and give a presser, come out and give a press conference, stand there for 6 hours to the point where people are dying of boredom. They've asked all their questions. That's how you put a scandal to rest. But she wouldn't even sign her name to it. And I'm telling you, I have dollars to donuts, it's going to come out that there was internal consternation over that memo and whose name did and did not go on it and who it was and was not behind it. And so now you have a situation where her words on the record on Fox News are diametrically opposed to what she put in this memo. She's embarrassed the president. She's embarrassed herself.
Dude, she's embarrassed the president. Really? Really? Isn't that funny? You think they believe that? You think Megyn Kelly actually believes that? Does she actually believe that Trump is above reproach and together and solid and all that? And oh, Pam Bondi's embarrassed him. You know, if he, you know what I mean? The grab him by the pussy guy just got embarrassed by Pam Bondi. The guy who didn't know the Liberian president should speak English because it's his fucking native language, right? This idiot talking about gold leaf up on the moldings, you know, in the middle of a press conference because he doesn't know what fucking day it is. You think she really believes that? Are they really that far gone? Is the MAGA brain rot so... Like, Charlie looks like he's taking a nap, dude. Look at him. He is checked out. Dude, Charlie is just like, got to catch up. Dude, Sue, let's go. Dude, we got new membership for Sue. We got one for Remus. Let's go. Fuck you, Trumpy. Fuck you, Trumpy. Oh. This is wild, dude. This is wild, man.
Dan and Cash, to the extent they've had to sign off on that, let's understand the FBI is controlled by the DOJ. FBI is subservient to DOJ. She's their boss. That they're in this position where the only comments they've made on the record as administration officials have been, we don't think he killed himself, and we don't think he got murdered. We think he did kill himself. We've looked at the tapes, and Cash to Joe Rogan saying, if I saw all these tapes of Jeffrey Epstein with little girls, trust me, I would show you. But I haven't seen it. Okay.
Dude, yeah, so the people at the FBI supposedly haven't seen the tapes. And they're saying, how do they know he killed himself? You don't know it from that fucking tape they released to us. There was one camera, bro. There was nothing on that showed anything. It was as inconclusive as possible. Yes. What are they talking about? See, that's just it. I don't think you can be incompetent and full of shit and keep that rolling like indefinitely. Dude, borrow bad. Let's go, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, dude, let's go. Yeah, dude, Remus, I actually like YouTube a lot better. I mean, I don't want to leave Twitch. I might multi-stream there because I don't want to let it go because people have been there for a long time. But, dude, YouTube is so superior. Fuck Twitch, bro. Fucking clown show.
Okay, so what they're saying now is consistent with what they've said since they joined the office. And that is one of the many reasons why this scandal is squarely on her. And I'm telling you, I'm of the cable news universe. I've seen it happen a million times. People get thirsty. They love to see themselves on television. They love to see their names in the Klieg lights. They love the attention. They love the little emails and texts and tweets and thumbs up they get after their appearance, and they can feel their star rising. And listen, internally, I'm told there's a bit of like a power struggle between Pam Bondi and another female administration official on who's going to be the top dog. You know, we've got a great bench behind President Trump. We've got JD. We've got Marco. You know, we've got Hegseth. We've got a lot of people.
Dude, Hegseth. Dude, Hegseth, who just like unilaterally didn't send Ukraine munitions and is now making Trump look like a dumbass. Now he's making videos with drones and fucking Metallica music and shit. Yeah, you think it's Susie, right? You think it's 𝗙cie𝗶𝗍𝗀 that is see, that's just it though. That the fact that there's a power struggle between Pam Bondi and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗍𝗀 tells you a lot. Because you know it's got to be 𝗙cie𝗶𝗍𝗀. Okay, there's who else is really high up? I mean, Caroline Leavitt is just a talking head. She's not really in the inner circle, right? So, but that tells you a lot about Pam Bondi. Like, Pam Bondi is, I feel like she might be Trump's deepest you know, she might be his like biggest garden tool. You know, I don't know. It feels like she's like the Palm Beach Club. You know, everybody else is kind of, you know, internet influencers or something.
Could potentially be next up. But there are some women who've got their eye on that role too. And I've been
maybe
told
one of
she's
them speaking at this event.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I'm too happy a person.
No, I know. I was talking about someone tomorrow.
Dude, yeah, Megyn is really upset, isn't she, that she didn't get a cabinet position, isn't she? Megyn's like, she's literally like, oh my God, I sucked Trump's wrinkly ass dick for years. I've kissed the ring, I've polished the knob, and I just can't, I didn't even get an ambassadorship. Dude, even Kim Guilfoyle got a bigger position, right? The disgraced girlfriend of fucking John Jr., who got cheated on, got an ambassadorship, right? And Megyn got nothing, dude, nothing. Trump doesn't even go on her show. Dude, Trump doesn't even go on her show. You know what I mean? It's like she is so bitter.
Tomorrow, so that might be speaking this.
Oh, yeah.
But,
okay.
but Megyn, you make a very astute point, and let me add to it, which is that she also brought in some of our best influencers, people that I care about deeply. 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗆𝗆, who's incredible. Libs of TikTok, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗆𝗀.
Yeah.
And she gave them these binders, and she humiliated them.
Yeah.
And you guys know what I'm talking about?
Dude, look at that. Oh my God. Dude, they're all like 𝗙𝗙𝗋𝗆. That's this guy, Rogan O'Handley. He's a fucking dipshit. He's like higher right check and all these other right-wing shitfluencers. But look at them. They're all, dude, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗆𝗆. Dude, he's a piss boy, right? He was humiliated before he stepped up to the plate. Come on, let's be honest. But oh my God, they're all mad though. They're mad about the binders. That was pretty funny. Okay, she gave them binders and they went and like live streamed looking through it, and it was just hundreds of pages of redacted shit. Dude, oh, that's crazy.
𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆. But Megyn, you make a very astute point, and let me add to it, which is that she also brought in some of our best influencers, people that I care about deeply. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆𝗆, who's incredible. Libs of TikTok, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆𝗆, 𝗙ecie𝗋𝗋𝗆.
Yeah.
And she gave them these binders,
Losers.
and she humiliated them.
Yeah.
And you guys know what I'm talking
She
about?
humiliated them.
Remember this?
And
Yes.
you guys were upset, but you shouldn't be upset, the influencers.
Did you see the people in the crowd? He's like, you guys remember this? The people in the crowd are like, they're not even making noise. They don't remember this. They don't even care. They just want their white boy summer fucking hats, bro. Dude, it's time for a little conservative tears, baby. Oh, let's go. All right, there we go.
They were handed these binders like there was something incredible in them.
It is what you would do to an enemy. It would have been a brilliant operation had she loathed them and been looking to undermine them. The trick would have been perfect had this been Joe Biden's White House doing this to some of President Trump's most loyal supporters and media advocates.
Dude, look at that. I feel like this is a big moment, guys. She just compared Trump's, like, one of Trump's top dogs to the Joe Biden admin. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Now she's like, oh my God, she just said the Trump admin is, may as well be Joe Biden. That feels like some fighting words, Oh, Lord, dude. The unraveling. Oh, my God. I want a popcorn maker here, dude. I want popcorn to just be raining down upon me.
What happened was they invited all of them there to say hi to the vice president, to say hi to the president. Sure, they all went, of course. Who wouldn't go? To the White House to say hello to Trump? They didn't expect anything on Epstein. So they went, they said hello, and before they knew it, they were pulled into a room with Pam Bondi, and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗵, and she had made the binders. She bragged about making the cover sheet that read Epstein Files, Phase 1, and she handed them out. And what Liz Wheeler, who was there, told me was that she told them, there's not that much in here, but like another trove is coming. I'm going to get it from the FBI, but like, here's Phase 1. Flash forward 14 hours earlier to when she was on with Jesse Waters on Fox News saying, oh, you're going to see some Epstein documents tomorrow. She knew they were bullshit. She knew that there was nothing in there. She told the influencers when she gave it to them, there's really nothing in here. I'm going to try to get you more. And in the meantime, then they funneled them out the back of the White House where all the press corps was. And the influencers are standing there with these binders. They didn't even know they were there for Epstein. And
yeah, and they were all smiling and yucking it up. And it did sort of blow up in all their faces, right? It did sort of blow up in all their faces.
They looked foolish through no fault of their own. The only fault was they trusted her.
And these are some...
I mean, not exactly, Megyn. They look foolish because they're right-wing shitfluencers, so they looked foolish before they even got to the White House. At this point, they're just dumb enough to get duped for this shit because they would literally get in line to lick Donald Trump's nutsack. Okay, and so that type of fealty sets you up to look like a dumbass. You know, I mean, you can't be like a nutsack sniffer and not end up looking bad at some point in the deal.
No fault of their own. The only fault was they trusted her.
And these are some of our best people that we should have their back. Liz Wheeler's amazing. Jack.
Dude, some of our best people. Think about that. Their best people are Liz Wheeler, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗵𝗀, Jack Posobiec, the piss boy, and DC Drano. Some of our best people, bro. Jesus. Dude, you forgot fucking Ian Miles Cheong, right? They forgot Ian Miles, didn't they? They left him out. The Malaysian dysplasian. Oh, cat turd. Oh, shit. Laura Loomer. She's the wrinkly dick smoker, right? Oh, my God, dude.
Jack Posobiec.
Yes.
And they got...
She dinged their credibility for no reason.
100%. And did they ever get an apology for that?
No.
Dude, she dinged their credibility. This is fucking content gold. My God, dude.
There with these binders, they didn't even know they were there for Epstein, and they looked foolish through no fault of their own.
Really?
The only fault was they trusted her.
And these are some of our best people that we should have their back. Liz Wheeler's amazing. Jack Posobiec.
Yes.
And they got...
She dinged their credibility for no reason.
100%. And did they ever get an apology for that?
No, and the only way of making it up, trust me, as somebody in the media who relies on sources, the only way she could have made up for this enormous error, and truly to this day, if you believe she knew there was nothing in there, then I don't know why she did it. She just did it to make them look like fools for fun of it. But the only way she could have made up for it was to give them a scoop. That's the only way of fixing it. When you have the scoop, when you do get the second tranche, you've got to leak something to them. You've got to let them break something. She never did, but she continued to tout that she had something. She was going to get that FBI file. Then she got caught by James O'Keefe on hidden camera saying she had tens of thousands of videos of Epstein and little children. It was like, what? Well, we never heard that. We heard he was into the barely legal type, you know, the like 18-year-olds who look 14.
Dude, she said barely legal. Dude, they most certainly do. Mr. Long Ears, let's go, Mike. Dude, thank you. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boss. Let's go, baby. Dude, she just said barely legal, guys. Megyn Kelly, barely legal. Bro, the Epstein girls were not legal, man. They were like 15. I mean, you see the little cover they're doing over here? She's like, bro, what are we doing with these guys? Why are the right-wingers like pro-pedos? Why do they always do that? Dude, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, Vegas, baby. Love Vegas. I will be there. I think I'm going to a game this year, hopefully.
But we didn't hear about children. And then because she was caught once again shooting off her mouth inappropriately. Attorneys General of the United States normally say nothing. They say nothing.
Merrick Garland had one press conference a year.
Yes, nothing. Bill Barr, you couldn't get him to speak or say anything. Even Eric Holder was less chatty than this. So she got caught on camera, and she decided to cover up the James O'Keefe slip by then running to a real camera and being like, there are tens of thousands of videos of the children, and I'm announcing it all. So once again, she didn't give that to the influencers. And then she slides it into this memo.
So
like
I have a dumb question. Maybe it's not dumb. So it's so she had doubled down on the videos. Is that correct, Megyn?
Yes, now she's tripled down.
Epstein was not the perp in every one of those videos.
So because they've been so ambiguous,
no, but like,
we're
let's
not
just
sure.
think about this. Unless we're led to believe that Epstein himself personally raped all these kids, children, or whatever, then isn't the statute of limitations on child rape like basically infinite?
Yeah, Charlie. And so the problem is Donald Trump is in a whole bunch of those videos, right? The guy whose like mafioso buddies pay for all of you goons to have this bullshit fake influencer existence, right? That guy's in the videos, you dumb fuck. Dude, these guys are, I don't know how they, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how they like space this out. How they look at this and don't see that connection there, man.
Well,
so then why are we not indicting the people that were doing the raping that we have on video? Like, what's that all about?
I wonder why, Charlie.
No, you know this better than I do. So Epstein's dead. He's met his hopefully eternal fire where he deserves in the pit of hell. But if it's true, the Attorney General of the United States said, just remind me, we have thousands of videos.
She said that we've got thousands of videos showing child pornography.
And she doubled down on that. So
tripled.
So you have to infer Jeffrey Epstein was not the only person involved in that.
Well, no, let me tell you what I've gleaned, but since she's been so ambiguous, take it with a grain of salt, okay? She won't have a presser. She won't give an interview. She won't answer any hard questions. All we get is the unsigned paper memo, 2 pages to Axios, who won't ask any questions. So what I think she's saying is that she's found, allegedly, tens of thousands of screen grabs of child pornography. They call it child sexual abuse material now. It's C-SCAM. And that's what she says they found on his like hard drives, like he was into this form of porn, like off the internet. But separately, they say he had at least 1,000 victims like of his.
No, okay, so but 1,000 victims, unless we are to believe he personally was after every one of those victims, there has to be some other bad guys still alive that are powerful that did something to these children. Why are we not impaneling a special prosecutor to find every single one of these powerful people that went after these kids? Like, what? Why are we putting up with this?
Yeah.
Because the guy that you worship sits at the head of this table. He's on there. That's why. Why can't they see that? You know what I'm saying? Why? How do they not see that? They're like, oh, no, definitely wasn't Trump. And Trump is like the most powerful president who can do everything. He can solve all the wars. He's Jesus fucking Christ. But he can't walk over to the DOJ and instruct them to, investigate some guys. He hedged about it in that Fox News interview. What about Epstein? Oh, yeah, well, maybe Epstein. That one a little less because, there's all kinds of untruth in that world, right? Right? Dude, what are they? I don't see how they miss that. I mean, their blind spot that they all walk around with is massive. It's crazy.
I don't know, and I think you'll find out.
Am I understanding this correctly? Because I don't even remember.
I can't answer that.
I don't even know
won't tell
Pam
us.
Bondi said that. I can't even remember all this because it's all over. I got a thing on my desk. I got truckloads of stuff.
Yeah, no, we all have busy lives, and President Trump has a busy life, and I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her. She is the person she's either lying now or she was lying then. There's no two ways about it. And if you accept what's in the memo, that they don't have the goods on anybody, there's no one who can be indicted, they didn't find a trove of info on other people, then why was she trying to titillate us over a child sexual abuse case
titillate.
She was on the air repeatedly in February.
They've
in
been
March,
titillated.
again in May. It's completely inappropriate. You don't play cutesy with child sexual abuse material.
So Megyn, I don't mean to interrupt. I mean, first of all, you're totally right. But you know the media, you know, you've been around the space of like hyper ambitious women. What is this? Analyze her for us.
Well,
Oh shit. Oh, here we go. Megyn Kelly, analyze yourself for us, but call her Pam Bondi.
I think she wants to make a name for herself. What she really wants to be is a star. That's what I think she wants. That's why she runs to the cameras on Fox News. There's no other reason. Look back at the attorneys general. Seriously, do you ever remember knowing an attorney general like this?
Yeah, but that's why she got the attorney general job, right? Isn't it? Because she was going to be a misinformation junkie and she was going to be a talking head at Fox News. Same with Hegseth, same with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀, same with Kristi Noem. That's literally why these people got their jobs, because they can lie and they will go on TV all day long and do little data dumps, little content dumps. Oh, let's talk about this here. 𝗙𝗪cy, yeah. That's exactly why they got their job. And it even goes down into the lower rung. Like, what's her name? The chick at fucking DHS. What's her fucking name, dude? The really young girl that looks like Caroline Levitt's like better looking younger sister. 𝗙𝗪cie McLaughlin, right? She's another one where they just go on Fox News like all day long, you know, leveraging threats, issuing warnings, making declarations of how severe they're going to be, you know, touting the big wins, like throwing the carrot on the stick and dangling it out in front of the MAGA crowd. You know, I mean, that's why they got the job. He didn't hire Pam Bondi because she was, you know, I mean, this crazy well-known lawyer. I mean, she was the AG of Florida. That the thing she was most known for was covering up his Trump University. You know, I mean, she's kind of a, you know, one of those, I call them root cellar girls, right? Where she's, you know, super skinny, jacked up on Ozempic, and she looks like she just crawled out of an underground bunker where after being a handmaid for the last 18 years, right? You know?
Or like even having the attorney general's voice in your head. I can barely remember Merrick Garland's weird little nasally voice, but I mean, it's in there. But the average person couldn't pick him out of a lineup, because normally attorneys general are somber, serious people who are fairly annoying, but they're schooled in the law. Pam Bondi has one trait, and I think it's why Trump chose her. She's loyal to the president. And I get it, he does need somebody loyal, especially in that position. But he has a wealth of other options.
Well, I mean, I think Judge Jeanine is amazing. Do we like Judge Jeanine? Everything
Yes.
about Judge Jeanine?
Dude, Judge Jeanine. Oh my God. Can you imagine Judge Jeanine with her boxes of wine and being the attorney general? Dude, let's go. Thank you, Pendulous. Can you imagine? Like, who's next? Is it going to be Alina Habba as the attorney general? Is that who it's going to be? Rudy Giuliani and his big comeback? He's like, I can't pass the bar exam anymore. I've been disbarred, but right, I'm here though. Oh Lord, dude, it's gonna be like one of those ambulance chaser guys, right? You know, I mean, so they were back in the 80s. You know, what was really big, guys, in the 80s were personal injury lawyers. Okay, there were all kinds of TV commercials where it would be like, did you slip and fall at work? Did you get in a car accident? Did you trip on the steps of your apartment building? Call me now. I will get you $50,000. Like in the 80s, it was a huge, like personal injury lawyers were huge. They were like a big deal, and they were finding anybody who would like line up and sue. I feel like they're going to drag one of those guys out, right? It's one of those old, washed up, you know? I can't remember who the famous one in California was. Let me see. There was one guy who, Larry H. Parker. That's who it was. It was this guy, right? It was fucking Larry H. Parker was the dude. All right. This was the guy, dude. Everyone, Larry H. Parker, personal injury attorney. He had the crazy commercials. Oh, he's dead. Okay, he died last year. But dude, every commercial was in the 80s. Like every fifth commercial was Larry H. Parker. Oh, it was like right up there with Cal Worthington. There was this this used car dealer named Cal Worthington. That was the same way that you're feeling kind of sorry, go see Cal. They had this song that they would sing, but Larry H. Parker. Oh, Lord, dude. Let's go.
Judge Jeanine would be brilliant. Harmeet Dillon would be brilliant.
So you're calling for Pam Bondi to resign or to go, but can you please tell people the breaking news? According to reports that you have verified, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino will resign if what does not happen?
If she doesn't go.
So
I only have it on Bongino.
It's all over X though.
No, I know, but let me just tell you what my reporting is. Bongino, it's Bongino or Bondi. He's not
Who
saying.
would you guys prefer, Bongino or Bonnie? Okay, 7,000 to 0.
Yeah, see, I think if it's between Bongino and Bondi, I think Bongino's going back to the fucking Rumble. Right? Unless something crazy happens, I don't see a world where Trump, like, gets rid of Pam Bondi, one of his, like, homegrowns, to, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe Bongino's just using this as a way to get back to the podcasting mic. Because you know he hates his job, dude. 𝗙𝗚𝗏, yeah, that was another one, Grumpy Cat. Oh, Lord, dude. The fucking...
Want Dan. Of course, Dan, you know why? Because Dan understands MAGA. Dan's part of the MAGA movement. Dan's been an important piece of it and a mouthpiece for like really important ideas and an advocate and a fierce warrior. He's been in the trenches. I mean, with all due respect to Pam Bondi, she's been in Florida. She represented the president. It's nice, but do you think she really gets MAGA? I don't think so. She wouldn't have behaved this way if she did. And now it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing. We're about to lose Dan for sure, and maybe Kash too, if she doesn't go. Now she's got...
Dude, this is rich. Oh, Lord. I know. I love it. It is exciting because this is like the first real scandal, the first of many. You know that this is gonna kick it open, okay? Because everybody is already, right? They're at each other's throats, man. And yeah, I saw somebody say something about Charlie. Dude, Charlie Kirk is he's just so distasteful, bro. Little essential oils. My massage therapist mixes up this great oil. Shit is good, baby. You love bingo? Let's go. Dude, bingo! Is I Love Bingo a person? Are you talking about the guy from Office Space?
She's got some allies. I mean, I think 𝗙𝗍 𝗏𝗚𝗡 is close with her, and 𝗙𝗍 𝗏𝗚𝗡 is amazing. And look, there's not that many like powerful women in the administration. Maybe she wants to keep her. She's from Florida. 𝗙𝗍 𝗏𝗚𝗡's from Florida. Trump lives in Florida. But this has gone well beyond this. Like, this could actually cost Trump in the midterms. We need to make a smart choice right now. We can't lose any of the MAGA base.
Dude, she's like, this might cost Trump in the midterms. Really? Megyn, that's right? Yeah, no, I got it. I figured it out. I like I Love Bingo, though. That's even better than Bongino. Dude, this is definitely going to cost Trump in the midterms. I mean, remember the guy we watched yesterday, right? It's the video I posted today, guys. Literally, hold on. Let me fucking put a link to it. All right. There is a video that I posted today. Dude, let's go. Yes, dude, thank you. Thank you, Les. We appreciate you. Let's go, baby. It was, yeah, I remember the Katie Johnson thing. It was the guy at the end of this video. right? The guy at the end of this video that I just posted a little while ago, that old guy who's been making videos for Trump for like years. He is so pro-Trump. He's like 70 and he is just a hardcore Trumper and he still hates the Democrats, but he's been making videos. He's been making videos being like, you know what, Trump, if you don't release this Epstein shit, like, I'm done with you, bro. Yeah, hillbilly dude. And he's serious. He is pissed. And that's just it. I don't think any of these MAGA shitheels are running over to the Democratic Party, but what they will do is they will not vote, okay? They will not vote, and they won't promote it. The guy on TikTok is named 𝗏𝗏_𝗏, okay? That's the old man. If you look up 𝗏𝗏_𝗏 on TikTok, what a horrible name, right? 𝗏𝗏_𝗏, like a hunter name, but like skinning a fucking deer. Like just creepy, these fucking weirdos. But what they will do is they'll do two things. They will A, stay home, and B, what they will is they won't participate as much in the propaganda campaign. And they'll end up fighting, right? It's that infighting. You know, that infighting is not, I know, SB. That's, the name is so violent, right? Because you're only supposed to kill bucks. But like, dude, it's brutal. Brutal. But that guy is pissed. He is pissed. A lot of people are fucking pissed at Trump. I don't know how they don't see that Trump's all over this shit, but...
And let me just also reiterate this. And by no means did I want our very big student action summit to talk about Epstein the entire, like of all the things. I'm not like Epstein obsessed. Some people, their YouTube channel, it's all they talk about. I think that the fact that young people can't afford homes is something we should talk about a lot more than these things endlessly, but this matters a lot. And so from a media standpoint, Megyn, you know the media better than anybody else. You've been in the media, you've been outside the media. What's this Sunday night thing? What is that? So you have a July 4th weekend after the big beautiful bill and you leak it on a Sunday night?
To Axios.
What is that?
If you want to leak it and you want conservatives to see it, you leak it to the Daily Caller, you leak it to Fox News, you leak it to Daily Wire. You don't leak it to Axios. Our people don't read Axios. If we read Axios, it's under protest just to see what the left is saying. So it was like you saw it appear. It was like, this must be bull. There's no way this is real. There's no way. I can tell you right now, there's zero chance Dan Bongino's leaking to Axios. Zero. And cash. So, and yet today, as we came here, there's a piece in Axios that reflects very poorly on Dan, alleging Dan only freaked out once he saw in this memo that people weren't responding well to the missing minute of the tapes of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Do you guys know this piece of the story? And that he went into a meltdown like a little child and then threw a hissy fit. So my point is not to weigh in on the truth or falsity of that. It's false. But it is to point out that's clearly a Bondi leak. Very clearly, that's a Bondi leak. So what's clear to me from this, as a member of the media, is Bondi leaked the memo to Axios, and Bondi's doubling down by trying to get Axios to dump on Dan and trying to make him be the fall guy and or Cash be the fall guy, and she will not face the cameras. If she means what she says, fine, come out and defend it. To Dan's credit, he went on Fox a couple of weeks ago, and he got beaten up pretty good for this, and said, I think Epstein killed himself. And the base went nuts. The base doesn't believe that. But he's like, if you got other proof, show it to me.
Well, if
he faced the cameras and did it. She hasn't.
I'm open to it. If that's true, why don't you just tell us the prisoners' names who are on the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein?
There's a lot.
No, that's BS. I'm sorry. The President of the United States figured out whether we have HIPAA for federal prisoners. Tell us who the other prisoners were if no one had access to it, because all of a sudden if we find out some of these prisoners had suspicious intel ties, what I'm getting at is at some point we want answers at some point.
Dude, watching this is like so crazy because if you look at it, Trump is heavily tied to Epstein. They're besties. Trump is on the plane all the time. Trump is leaving messages all the time. He's in the phone logs. Okay? Epstein gets busted, right? The victims, they're taking him, they're going to put him in jail. 𝗙𝗚𝗏_𝗏 lets Epstein off with immunity. The whole case gets buried. The victims go apeshit. They got fucked over. Trump becomes president. gives Acosta a cabinet position. As soon as it comes back up and they arrest Epstein, Acosta falls on the sword. Then the guy ends up dead while Trump is president. And now all this cover up is happening. And they're like, why don't we have any answers? Are they really that dumb? You know that, like, the reason why you don't know anyone in that cell block, the reason why those guards falsified the records and are being persecuted for it, it all goes back to Trump, dude. Dude, it was Trump and Barr and, right? All these guys. Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗧 is all over that shit. Like everybody in Trump's circle. Even Bill Clinton, right? Trump talked a whole bunch of shit about Hillary and all that in the election, but Trump and the Clintons were, like, close, dude. Like, Trump was at their wedding and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were in the same fucking circle, dude. Trump's gonna cover for Bill Clinton. You know, like, these guys go way fucking back, man. It's like, my God, they're so insane. These MAGA people, they're so stupid. The data's right in front of them. But I guess technically, like, God didn't write it in the Bible, you know? So there's no way for to get them. Yeah. Let's go, Les. Yeah, no, I know. You're right. It was smarmy. That Acosta deal was bullshit. Okay? The immunity and you know, and believe it or not, I think part of the reason, you know, why it, with the whole federal thing, it was just, you know, people know, like, people in the know how connected Donald Trump is to this thing. But there's a lot of people. It's Trump, it's Bill Clinton, it's Bill Gates. I'm sure there are other people, but Bill Gates is, like, deeply involved in this shit. Okay? And he's a massive donor and a very important person. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like it or not, these guys, you know, a billionaire who runs the big operating system is, like, super, you know what I'm saying? Is, like, super, I don't know. He's a super important cog in the wheel of this sort of elite fucking world that these guys run around in. It does. It goes deep. Prince Andrew. I mean, there's a lot of bigwigs involved in this shit. You know, a lot of them. And again, though, it's also hard because I'm sure they're, like, I've said this before, that I'm certain that Jeffrey Epstein was not stupid. So I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein took people to the island who weren't involved in the sex trade as well. So there'd be no real way of discerning who was with the girls and who wasn't, right? I mean, that's the smart thing to do, is obviously you're not just going to take the predators to the island. You're going to take a lot of people who didn't do shit to the island. So then you have all kinds of plausible deniability, and there's no clear smoking gun. I mean, Epstein was not dumb. He was very fucking smart, man. Very fucking smart.
Yeah, answer the questions. That's it.
Again, I don't want to talk about this as long as we have, and, like, we had this amazing summit, and we've spent all these resources in planning.
But Charlie, wait, let me just make the case for talking about it, because it's funny, because you look back at the past, Dan and Cash talked about Epstein all the time when they were in my business.
So that's the point, is that hasn't been a shtick of mine.
Mine either. I've talked about it when it's bubbled up.
Right?
Same. But I am a lawyer by training, and I can smell BS when it's being shoveled to me. And it's very obvious to me right now that we've got spinners trying to mess with us in Washington on a story that is important, and here's why. Yes, obviously, child sexual abuse matters. And if we have some ring of pedophiles running around, I mean, outside of Hollywood, we need to know. But here's why it does matter, it's worthy of discussing at a place like this. It's about transparency. One of the main reasons that we voted Trump in was because we wanted real answers on real stories, and we didn't want to be BS'd anymore with a bunch of nonsense from our government that treated us like a bunch of stooges. Right? Thank you. And I believe
now the Trump admin is treating them all like a bunch of fucking stooges. Oh, ain't it beautiful? This is beautiful. And look at this, guys. Look at this shit. This is Charlie Kirk's big TP USA event where they're supposed to be there and they're supposed to be celebrating the wins, and all they're doing is spending the entire time crying about Pam Bondi and crying about how MAGA is fractured and falling apart. And dude, yes, toilet paper USA, let's go.
Trump is still loyal to that mission.
Oh, it's just beautiful, beautiful.
And maybe the people who are behind that memo are loyal to that mission too, but this ain't it. That would require, especially on a story they know the base has been led down with a trail of breadcrumbs to believe something else for years. This is a story, the only way to end it, if that's your goal, is you stand in front of those cameras and you take every single question your biggest critics have for you.
So let's go through a battle plan. Let's say you're senior advisor to the president. What is the 1, 2, 3 sequencing? Press conference, you would get rid of Bondi. What else to get us back on track towards transparency? I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the Epstein documents in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
Dude.
Everything except
I think
never going to happen.
I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files. Let the American people decide.
Put them out there, because if there's nothing in there,
that's going to happen.
Then we can see there's nothing in there. Now listen, people who are truly conspiratorial, who will just never believe anything other than Jeffrey was murdered and there's a ring of pedophiles, they won't be satisfied, and that's fine. You're entitled to believe that. That's fine. You're entitled to your own beliefs. However, some percentage of skeptics will at least give them credit for opening the files. And we could have a situation where they open the files and Dan and Cash stand there and say, I don't know what was taken out of here before we got here. You know, it's possible that those files are rather disappointing and they're not to blame. I don't know. And it's possible, I just got to say this for the record, it's also possible that Jeffrey Epstein was an absolutely disgusting predator who loved just the barely legal types and did take advantage of them and didn't actually farm a bunch of girls out to a bunch of men. It's possible. And I'll say this on it.
Oh, if it is, then why is Ghislaine Maxwell in fucking jail, right? Like, dude, what, right? You know what I mean? This shit ain't adding up.
I know somebody very close to the case, who I trust implicitly. And that person has told me from the beginning that that's what happened. That Epstein was very into the girls who looked like 13, but he knew he had to hire the ones who were like 17, 18 to come in and give him massages that had the so-called happy ending. And that was really his thing. And there are over 1,000 of those.
See,
no,
oh, you see what she did right there? That's interesting. Right? You see that? She just basically said, oh, it's all just Epstein being a predator. There aren't any like persons. And she's like, from a person, a source she heard it from. Oh, you hear that? That is really interesting. That she's like, now they're just changing the story. Now there were no male clients. They were all just massaging the Jeff, right? Dude, what the fuck, bro? That is some major damage control. Yeah, that is really the only way out, isn't it? That's gonna have to be the way out. Did she just telegraph the move that's coming? Is that gonna become the story? That the story is now there wasn't even really a sex ring? There was just Jeffrey Epstein getting 1,000 massages himself? I mean, dude, that's a lot of massages, right? That's a lot of handies, you know? Dude. It doesn't seem realistic.
I get that, but I think what people want to know is what other powerful people were involved.
Yeah, we've heard all the names who went to Epstein Island. Who went to Epstein Islands? Who specifically went on the plane? Who stayed for more than a night? Like,
who went on the plane, guys? Who went on that plane? Dude, the U.S. is in shambles. We are, dude. Dude, we are like a third world country reality TV show at this point. Yeah, dude, Trump was all over that plane.
That's what Alan Dershowitz is saying, and he's so right about this. He was dragged through the mud by that Virginia Giuffre.
And he won his case.
He did not molest Virginia Giuffre. It was a lie, okay? And I've done this in depth, the study of this. His name was suggested to her by somebody who thought she'd sell more books if she named a famous guy, and it was suggested to her, how about Alan, who Jeffrey knew because Alan represented him when he got arrested for transportation of a minor in prostitution. And Alan, you know, he did represent Epstein. That's not great. He represented OJ. Isn't that worse? Like, that's what criminal defense attorneys do. I don't judge it. We need them. We need them to kick the tires on the system. So in any event, that's how he knew Jeffrey. They weren't buddies. He wasn't like Bill Clinton palling around with him everywhere.
Dude, see, they put Bill Clinton. Thank you, Pendulous. Appreciate you, boss. They put Bill Clinton certainly on a different, right? You see how Bill Clinton, he fucking, Billy is there, but they forget about Trump, man. They will do anything. I don't understand, guys. Why do they all go to the hilt for this with Trump? Like, what is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Right? It's like weird. I mean, what about him is like, are they so wrapped up in? It's a cult. I mean, I get it's a cult, but I don't understand why this guy's got a cult. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, what is he? Is it because of the money? Is it like some guarantee of money? Are there evangelical billionaires? There's got to be money involved. I think they're all getting funding from whatever the evangelical billionaire network is. They have to be, because there's no way, right? I mean, I get like the white trash people being all into Trump and worshiping him because they live in towns that are shit. They have no education. They have no fucking future. And like Trump has allowed them to express their racism and their inner hatred. And so they feel like a kinship. They get to be like rock stars, you know, if they do it. So for them, he is like a deity who's unleashing them from the bondage of being, you know, white trash. So that I get, but I don't get all these people with educations and degrees that are like her or hate her. Megyn Kelly's not an idiot, okay? She's not uninformed. She's a cult member, but she's also not uninformed. Neither is Tucker Carlson. Neither is Laura Ingraham. These are not stupid people, you know? But they are like all in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. The cult thing, it's got to be money. It has to be like some type of money. I just don't know what else they get being so fucking, you know, so knee deep. He's an 80-year-old man. The guy's fucking 79 years old, man. It's like, you couldn't pay me to worship a 79-year-old man. I don't care who he is. There's no way I'm going to sit around and fucking polish the knob of somebody's fucking grandpa with a fucking neck pussy that could hold like a 6-pack of hot dogs in it. You know? There's something going on, man.
So she got accused, she accused him unfairly. But he is saying now he thinks the entire files should be opened, even if other men like Alan get swept up into like a web of like, you did it, and then let them rehabilitate themselves the way he did. Let them show the evidence of, I actually wasn't even in the country when I got accused. I was at a different place. I was at work. I'm on camera at the Starbucks, whatever. But why not? Given the amount of like smoke around this fire, why not just open the files?
Do you think there's any intel community involvement in this?
I wouldn't be surprised one bit. I am convinced, based on my own sources and my own reporting on this story, he wasn't one of ours.
So he was an American, which leads basically 3 options: MI6, Saudi, or Mossad.
Yep.
Which one would you choose?
I guess Mossad, given his connection to Ghislaine Maxwell.
So what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's possible that that's the reason everything's getting buried, that there is some treasure trove, and it's getting buried because...
How many people here believe that? Raise your hand. Okay, I'd say about half the hands think that it's being buried because of an Israeli thing.
It could be. I really don't know.
Dude, they bring everything back to the Jewish people, don't they? Always. Like, bro, it's so weird. It's so weird, right? They bring it all back to the Jewish people, and yet they like will fund them militarily until they can't, until their dying breath. It's so fucking bizarre, dude. It is so fucking bizarre, man.
No evidence to suggest that.
No, me neither. I did think it was very odd how, look, half of you raised your hands because you've heard that theory, you've heard it debated, you have questions, but the one time Pam Bondi was asked a question about this at the cabinet meeting on Monday, she was like, and as for whether he was an agent, that I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I'll get back to you. You haven't looked into it? What do you mean? So that was kind of a fishy answer.
And Megyn, remember, Alexander Acosta in 2007, he said he was told to treat Epstein carefully because he was an intel asset. That was one of Trump's cabinet secretaries who was literally a U.S. attorney 3 hours from here in Florida. He said that himself.
Well, and let me tell you.
Look at that. They're like, they're still leaving Trump out of the deal. Like, oh, we got Epstein, Acosta, Bondi, Barr, and who's connected to all of those guys? Oh, that Trump guy. No, it certainly can't be Trump. Who else is connected? Dude, it's so funny, bro. Oh, my God.
The consequences of that, his subpoena, his search warrant on Jeffrey Epstein's residence was very narrow. It was not the kind of like, let's get everything. Let's see everything inside this guy's, dressers and so on. It was very, very narrowly tailored. And to this day, that's what the FBI is stuck with. So it really is possible that Dan and Cash got in there and, in like a Geraldo and Al Capone's vault situation, opened it up and we're like, oh my gosh, there's nothing in here. Like, we did not find the magic documents or photos or evidence of anything. And why not? I don't know we'll ever know why not. I'm not sure we'll ever know, but I guess I care less about that than I do about just open the books and be fully transparent.
No, I don't want to feed into any of the, let's just say, speculative theories. But Alexander Acosta himself talked about intel asset.
Yep.
And you have to wonder that the timing of all this, Sunday night, so you have the big, beautiful bill, you have Independence Day weekend. Why are you doing this on a Sunday night? Was it?
Bury it.
But you don't bury things on Sunday nights.
You do on a holiday weekend. You do. Like, people are away, they're traveling back from the beach on Sunday night, they're dealing with traffic. They knew they were too smart to think that they could get away with doing it on a Saturday night or on a Friday night. So they wanted the cover of like, we're doing it on like the night before a real news day, but Monday after July 4th is not a real news day. Everybody's still in transition.
So left unaddressed, I know this is a hypothetical, which I hate those questions. What if we just try to proceed, what does that mean?
If we just what?
Just try to proceed. No, don't address this. If the administration just tries to power through.
Her days are numbered. She can't recover from this. She's shot herself in the foot on her own credibility. I just don't think enough to avoid making another mistake very soon. And so that'll probably be the one that gets her. Because President Trump, I understand fully, he doesn't want to offer a scalp in response to this. And I get it. He doesn't want to, and I understand why. Even though it's his own people, he doesn't want to look like he's sold out his people. And he's loyal too. He really is. He's very loyal to the people who are loyal to him, to his credit.
Dude, Trump is loyal. She said Trump is loyal. Dude, fucking Michael Cohen. Like, who has Trump ever been loyal to? Bro, like nobody. Dude, Elon, dude, Trump is loyal, dude. Oh my God, bro. Dude, that's hilarious. Dude, oily? Is that what it is? Oh my Lord.
But I think he's also extremely smart, and he can read a room better than anybody. And I think once he realizes, thanks to an event like this, et cetera, that this does matter with the base, this is not a nothing burger for them, for all the reasons we've discussed, I think he'll decide she's a goner. It's just a question of what the excuse is, more time with her family, right? And she'll be sayonara.
And so, from a PR standpoint, so you would do an open press conference, take every possible question.
If I were Trump, I would say all three of you are going out and holding a presser. Everybody's welcome. All comers.
Yeah, and what did Trump say? You're still asking about Jeffrey Epstein? Why are you still asking about Jeffrey Epstein? That guy was years ago. Oh, you're still asking about Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, all of MAGA sulfur is throwing Bondi way under the bus. But again, I don't see it. I'll be surprised if Pam Bondi goes by the wayside, because like I said, I feel like Pam Bondi knows where a lot of fucking skeletons are hidden. And I think that that's way more important than having some MAGA people be upset at damn Bongino, right? Because Bongino doesn't like the job anyway. He's already complained about how overwhelming it is. So my prediction is Bongino's going to step down, and then he's going to go back to his podcasting, and he's going to get a fat fucking paycheck to then launder the whole FBI story for the MAGA base. Okay? They're going to like give him a fat paycheck, and then he's going to become a voice of like the fixer to try and like heal the shit. That's kind of what I think I could see happening, right? If you know what I'm saying, just you know, kind of try to get everybody back on the same page.
And you're not leaving until like we're down to the Jim Acostas of the world. Like you will stay until those kinds of people have gotten to ask questions. Because let me tell you something, another thing that's irritating about the whole way they've handled it is they're embarrassing other good people. Like, did you see Caroline Leavitt out there trying to answer questions on this?
And I think Caroline's great. Don't we like
She's
Caroline?
the best.
Dude, Caroline Leavitt is like, I feel like every time she does a press conference, I see another soul leaving her body. And it's not even hers. It's like the soul of like the worst murderers on the planet.
She has nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with it. I love her, and she has total credibility. And I watched her try to like spin that memo, which is her job, and I felt nothing but empathy for her. And
I agree with that.
And I also felt like, how dare you put her in this position? This is your stink over the DOJ. Why don't you get your own spokesperson out there to deal with it? But don't make poor Caroline sacrifice the president's credibility and hers on this dog turd of a story. So they do need to wrap it up. It should.
Boy, they really throw the word credibility around in extraordinary fashion, don't they?
It should be wrapped up. In a perfect world, Trump will say, all three of you get out there, have an open presser. Anybody can answer questions, and just answer them all honestly. Short of that, like we could get to, today's Friday, we could get to Monday with Dan gone, possibly Cash gone. Again,
I think it's going to be Dan gone.
Reporting says Cash is staying. Others says he'll go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Dan gone. Okay? That's what I think. I think it's going to be Dan gone. Dan gets paycheck. Dan does damage control afterwards. Okay? Because think about it. Think about this. Even if you look at Trump and his little reality TV show, you ready? The deal is if Bondi goes, he loses a longtime ally who knows where all his Florida skeletons are buried. And Pam Bondi's not going to go and make this better. Everyone's just going to hate her. Okay? If Dan walks, people will feel a sense of righteousness with Dan because they hate Pam Bondi. And then Dan will be the guy who works out that energy and fucking tries to like quiet the chaos. Okay? Because he's a PR tool outside of government, and a very big one, right? Which is baffling, because the guy is like a no-neck, degenerate, thin-skinned piece of trash. But you know what I'm saying? And what's more is Pam Bondi, like I believe she would be, the whole world can hate her, and she's like just going to be on her root cellar, like just huff some evangelical Christianity high. You know what I'm saying? So she's impervious to the negative attention, I believe, Pam Bondi. She is. She's like she's kind of brain dead in a way where I don't think that negative attention even phases her at all, right? She's got that Kristi Noem thing where she could go on camera and get caught in a lie, and she'll just sit there and not even break a sweat. You know, you catch her in a lie, and she's just not, you know, she's just unflappable as far as being a fucking degenerate. You know what I mean?
And Bongino goes, I think one of them knows we have a country to run, and we really do need one of them there.
No, I think we need both. I mean, I'd hate to lose them both.
I do too.
And let's play this out for a second, though. Let's say Bongino leaves. Well, he's not going to keep his mouth shut. So
No, he's got one of these too.
He's got a big one of these.
Yeah.
And he will come out immediately and he will tell his side of the story, which will not help the integrity of the administration.
No.
Right? So if you let Bongino walk, you will have somebody for years that will be bitter towards the administration, and all of us
He's
will.
not going to want to hurt Trump.
No, but he'll tell the truth, and we will lose. We will be like, if Bongino can't go and fight and solve this thing, then like, I mean, what are we doing here?
I know.
Right? If Dan Bongino, who's like one of the greatest patriots we have,
Oh my
cannot
God.
go and reform the FBI with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 after we win a popular vote majority,
Right.
then I'm like, I will never give up.
After we win a popular vote majority, look at that. They won the popular vote by 1.4%. And they are clinging onto that like Riley Gaines' 5th place trophy, bro. It is like, they're so pathetic, right? They're so fucking sad, bro. The only reason they won that election is because a bunch of us stayed home. They are the biggest participation trophies. Like, they have no chance at anything without the gerrymandering. They are not shit, man. They are the biggest pathetic fucking losers, fucking sticking Bibles up each other's asses. They are fucking sad and pathetic. It is hard to watch, dude. It's like, goddamn, bro. It's like watching somebody just fucking fish around in their own shit and like smearing it all over their own faces and shit. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys are stinking up the
But
place.
I know for millions of people, that will be met with just a sigh of cynicism.
But think about it,
You know what I
Charlie.
mean?
Yes, 100%. And you think about, like you mentioned, Jeanine. Jeanine Pirro would take no prisoners. She's totally confirmable too. She'd be great in this role. Like, it's not like there's no bench behind Pam Bondi. Like, there is a bench. Jeanine could do it. 𝗙𝗫 could do it. Even Matt Gaetz can't do it. I mean, he could do it, but
He's not confirmable.
Yeah, he's not confirmable.
Dude, they look at that. They don't even care that Matt Gaetz has sex with teenage girls. They just care that Matt Gaetz is fucking like, he's not confirmable. They're so like gnarly, dude. They are so gnarly. They're so dirty.
Matt Gaetz for a special prosecutor, that would be very
Now
interesting.
that would
for
be
sure.
fun to
Yeah.
watch.
Matt Gaetz with a government corruption special prosecutor.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, child fucker Matt Gaetz as head of the special fucking child fucking coalition. Jesus Christ. What are they talking about,
There are
bro?
other people who could take over that role. And just think about it, because I can see the untenability of Dan and Cash staying effectively working for Pam.
See, the only person that I could see in that AG role, Harmeet Dillon, okay? That's a person that I could see as a legitimate option. Harmeet Dillon, okay? But the thing is the Attorney General, the AG, is more of a figurehead job. Like what Harmeet Dillon is doing now, like actually fighting in court, I feel like she's more valuable there because she's actually a good lawyer. She's actually an obstructionist, like fucking feisty, real fucking lawyer, right? You don't know who Harmeet Dillon is. So Harmeet Dillon has a law firm called Dillon Law. Okay, you ready? It's this Dillon Law Group. Okay, and so what this is what they've been doing is, so Dillon Law Group guys have been working behind the scenes. Now, you may have seen a video, those of you who followed me from the gaming. After gaming, I started doing these investigative reporting videos on my other channel, and one of them was about Piper Raquel and a sex scandal with Piper Raquel's mom. And some, skeezy behavior. That was a Dillon Law Group. So Dillon Law Group has been taking cases like gun laws, liberty, religious liberty cases. They've been doing a lot of these cases that are trying to advance the cause of religious liberty and other right-wing fucking subterfuge kind of causes, but they're very good at it. They take these, like, if you look at the cases they're working on, right? Like, you know, they call it First Amendment law, right? But if you look at the cases, okay, if you look at, oh, here's the lawsuits. So they have middle school is imposing their woke ideas on kids. So it's a middle school case of woke teachers, a woke school. This is the South Bay Pentecostal Church versus Gavin Newsom. All right. Right. There's another one that's a gun laws. This is the Piper Raquel one. So they're all kinds of this far right, like trying to get these legal rulings that can later be used to dismantle shit in the Supreme Court down the line. So they take these crazy cases, but they don't take them in obstructionist ways. They take them to try and like win one ruling that can set off a chain of events down the line. And they want no separation between church and state. But they're kind of like the Heritage Foundation, sort of. They're part of that set. And they're sort of scarily good at it. They're scarily good at this shit, right? You know, it's fucked up. It is some fucked up shit. But so right now, she, the woman who runs that, she is, right? She is the fucking, right? She's, I guess, the assistant attorney general, but she's like the actual legal mind, right? She's like the actual fucking legal mind in there. Whereas Pam Bondi is not the most brilliant legal mind. Pam Bondi is more like a body barrier, right? Whereas Harmeet Dillon is actually a fucking scary, like, she's pretty good at what she does. She's trying to undermine I believe the ultimate goal, guys, behind this. There's two major goals that are behind what Harmeet Dillon is doing that I think number one is they're trying to get the religious liberty, the ability to discriminate legally, okay? Like where people can use their religion as a legal mechanism of discrimination. And then the other thing they're trying to do is they're trying to get rid of the Civil Rights Act, okay? You know what I'm saying? They're trying to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. And you know, and they've had some fucking scary, they've had some scary like little bits of success, unfortunately, because there's a lot of like in Trump's first term, he nominated a lot of judges, and not just the Supreme Court, which is fucked, but he nominated a lot of judges in these appellate courts and in these district courts that all they have to do is get the right case in front of the right judge, and then boom, they get a ruling. And then eventually, if it runs up to the Supreme Court can make some asinine fucking, you know, ruling as they've been doing lately. So yeah, I don't picture him like moving her because I feel like she's actually doing a really important job. So, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, you never know with Trump.
Right? Like, they're working for her, and she seems feckless, except she seems somewhat petty and personal, given the leaks I'm reading, and she seems way too focused on being a star. It reminds me of Brian Williams of NBC. Remember how it was like, it turned out he was more interested in seeing his mug on television and telling fake stories about what a badass he allegedly was, and like Abbottabad, you know, with SEAL Team 6 practically raiding the compound, than he was in being taken seriously and being a credible news anchor. And I'm sorry to say, I think she suffers from that same disease, and so she has to go.
Two final thoughts. Number one, everybody, just so you know, all going late tonight and all tomorrow, we are doing exclusive interviews for the Charlie Kirk Show right near Ballroom C for members only. So if you guys want to see interviews, we're going to be interviewing all the major names. We just had a conversation with Pete Hegseth and Tucker Carlson. We have big ones tomorrow, so it's at Ballroom C. They'll be happening all day. Just look at your agenda.
All right, so I've seen enough of this. And so, dude, Charlie, look at him, dude. These people are so gross. But I do want to look at that Tucker Carlson clip, because Tucker Carlson is hitting the skids right now. He was there today, and everybody's been talking about him. Look at this shit, okay? Dude, you ready? So here we go. Tucker Carlson is saying Jeffrey Epstein worked on behalf of Israel, okay? So now Tucker Carlson is going out with this crazy shit, but people are like saying that, oh shit, like Tucker Carlson is maybe not going to be coming back to these events anymore. Like I saw somebody post about this. Let me see. Let me find that one. Let me find the fucking. There was one that I saw. Jesus, he's so gross. Dude, they're talking about appointing Matt Gaetz as a special prosecutor for Jeffrey Epstein. Like, bro, what the fuck are these people doing? Yeah, right here. Like this guy says, okay? And this guy is right? Who is this guy for? This guy is for Live from America, a conservative TV network. And oh shit. That's the post I was talking about. Let's watch Tucker's clip. Right? Where he says, this will most likely be the last time you see Tucker Carlson speaking at a Turning Point event. Interesting how their own crowd cheered him after saying this. Okay, this is fucking. I mean, we're seeing it, guys. The MAGA split. We're watching it happen right now. We are like right in the middle of this shit, guys. This is. I honestly don't think it's going to get. This is as good as it gets for Trump. This is it, man. You know, but here we go. Here, let's see what Tucker's saying.
Not acceptable. And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting U.S. president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that.
Dude, he is such a, like, all of these right-wing influencers are, like, arrogant, self-centered, congratulating weirdos, man. You know what I mean? They are, dude, yeah, they are like just now clawing at each other.
Because you're not a slave, you're a citizen. And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that foreign governments not be allowed to act against your interests. That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow, that that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate, online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of foreign government?
See, you know what's weird about this? You know what's really hard about this? Because he's talking about Jeffrey Epstein. You have the you know, whatever, the leader of fucking Israel sleeping at your house. But like Benjamin Netanyahu used to sleep at Jared Kushner's house. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know how that ties into Epstein or not, but the fact of the matter is that Charles Kushner is a crook, and him and Netanyahu have been close allies and friends, family friends for decades. Okay? So, and then Kushner ends up in the Trump family. I mean, all of these guys are deeply, deeply fucking connected. And yes, they are all dirty as fuck. Like, it is like gnarly. You know what I'm saying? It is like gnarly.
By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not? And yet everybody has been so brainwashed into thinking that's somehow an expression of hate or bigotry, when it's not.
Shit.
It's a baseline question that every U.S. citizen has a right to an answer on.
Yeah, you know what it is, though, Tucker? I mean, not that this matters, like, you're not going to fucking pay attention to this shit anyway. But the fact that it always comes down to every conspiracy you motherfuckers have is connected to Israel, whether it's right, whether it's, you know, fucking George Soros, now it's Epstein, Mossad, you know, the banking, you name it, right? Pornography. I mean, literally, what don't they attach to fucking Israel these days? These anti-Semitic clowns and the Unite the Right, the Charlottesville people. It's fucking crazy, dude. And now that Elon took over Twitter, it is all over. You know what I'm saying? It is all over. It's like all over the fucking, social media now. It's pretty gnarly.
What the hell was this? And by the way, if it turns out that it was nothing.
Dude, yeah, that's crazy. Oh, look at this, though. See, again, right? Now the TP USA people, though, guys, you ready? So this is it. This is what's hard, because we have multiple lines of breakdown happening that you're going to see, because there's the evangelicals want to bring Jesus back, and they believe the rapture involves, you know, funding Israel to fight eternally and start the war of all wars in the Middle East. Now, a lot of Christian MAGA is extraordinarily Arab and anti-Islam. I'm talking about not the money people. I'm talking about the MAGA faithful. They are Christians, and they believe that Israel is like the American ally in the Middle East. Like, they're fighting for you know, the Christian way. They're like fighting to, you know, hold off the Islamic marauders is what they think. So a lot of MAGA is staunchly pro-Israel. And so Tucker Carlson's anti-Semitism going off the hook is going to provoke a whole section of MAGA to be like, what the fuck? Along with like Miriam Adelson, who paid for Trump to get in office. Like, there are so many factions of like weird religious allegiances. And what you may see is some of this shit really overrides a lot of the politics. Like, for example, I know we have a lot of trans people in the community. I think Brianna Wu is a good example of that, where Brianna Wu, over the Israel situation, she basically cut ties with her political beliefs. You know what I'm saying? She's like probably going to switch teams exclusively over the Israeli conflict in Gaza. So some of this Middle East shit is going to fracture their fucking party. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Christianity, even these fake Christians, they don't fucking get along, man. They don't. The fake Christians are all seeking power in like a myriad of different ways. Like, you got MTG. She's more like the Tucker Carlson brand, where she's out there wanting to pull Israel's money, even though she wants the rapture, but her anti-Semitism is like way stronger than her support of Israel, right? She buys into that whole conspiracy, you know, with the space lasers and everything's George Soros. So it's going to be real interesting to see the type of factions that these people break into now that it's all being like, it's like somebody pushed the dominoes, bro. Oh, I don't know, man. It's kind of enjoyable. I mean, I wouldn't go out of my way to create this shit, but it is kind of enjoyable, right? You know, don't you think? I kind of find this, I find it to be just somewhat enjoyable, right? It is. It's kind of enjoyable knowing that terrible people are doing terrible things to other terrible people. Right? Dude. Yeah. Yeah, I know, dude. I know less. That whole rapture shit, like, man, I'm telling you right now, guys, the Abrahamic religions, if there's a self-destructive force that's going to just destroy the planet, it's going to be the Abrahamic religions, right? You know, with Judaism, Christianity, and Islam in that order. That's the order that they sort of formed. And they've been battling for power and ownership of the supreme deity or whatever, all through history. And it's not going anywhere anytime soon. And I feel like the rise of these weird Catholic, you know, Catholic Catholicism places like the shit where J.D. Vance comes in only complicates it, right? Because there's like a faction of Catholicism that feels like it's supreme to even the evangelical Christianity, right? And historically, they had a lot of power and money, you know what I'm saying? Like back from like the pre-Reformation days. So there's like, dude, this shit is fucked up. I wish we could just get rid of this religion, man. You know what I mean? Right? You know? Dude. Yeah, it's like, it's fucked up. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to grab some candy. I'm going to leave you guys with the little music. I'll be back. Then maybe what we'll do, maybe we're going to move on and we'll put up a challenge and see if we can get a dance party going. Right? Let's fucking go. Let's go, baby. 12,000 from the 12 tribes. Kind of candy. It's a bag of the Crackle, Mr. Goodbar, and Hershey's. They're like the little minis. Is that a fact? All right, I'll be right back.
Don't you lose your grip on playing innocent. Got me turning on me. You never wanna give again. I'm shy when I ask you why. You don't know what to say, so you just say goodbye. Get good at comparisons, and even better at avoiding your friends. I'm so sorry, I'm so delicate. So there you go. Goodbye, my love is out of breath. My love, is it ever good enough? 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 Do you want me to? I do. Do you want me to? I do. I do. My love, is it ever good enough? 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 My love, is it ever good enough?
Let's go. Dude, yeah, I just saw what Canal said right there. And it's true. Dude, the Catholics and the evangelicals are no bueno, dude. They are definitely like jockeying for power now. It kind of reminds me of like old money and new money, right? That's kind of what the battle feels like, because Catholicism is like old money and evangelical money is like new money. And they definitely are battling for power. Dude. All right. Dude, I just want to see real quick before we move on. I want to see if there's any major news coverage of Pam Bondi. Right? Oh, here we go. I want to see what I want to see what MSM is saying about the Bondi, right? This is tasty, bro. Like, I feel like this Pam Bondi shit is tasty. I really want to see fucking Bongino get shit on. Yeah, this is Nicole Wallace. Yeah, we love Nicole. She's amazing. I like her a lot too. All right.
News breaking on the story we brought you at the top of the hour, the turmoil atop the FBI. Two sources familiar with the matter telling NBC News that Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, may be leaving his job after a heated confrontation with Attorney General Pam Bondi over his frustration with how the Justice Department has handled the Jeffrey Epstein files. As we reported earlier, Bongino did not come to work today after a heated argument with Pam Bondi Wednesday. Joining us now is my colleague, NBC News White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Also joining us, host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton's here as well. Vaughn, let me read from what you and our colleague Ken Delanian are reporting. Bongino did not report to work today amid speculation about his whereabouts, the sources said. It came after a heated confrontation Wednesday at a meeting with Pam Bondi and White House Chief of Staff 𝗙ecie 𝗍𝗋𝗧, during which Bongino and FBI Director 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 were asked about a news story suggesting they were dissatisfied with the decision not to release any additional Epstein files, the sources said.
Oh, shit. You hear that? So do you hear what's going on here? Like what Nicole Wallace just said was that it was Pam Bondi and 𝗙cie 𝗍𝗋𝗧 who brought these guys in saying, we're hearing you guys talking about like being gruntled, right? You know what I mean? Like are they getting told like you need to shut the fuck up or you need to bounce? Everyone's calling for Pam Bondi, but it sounds like they're saying like, yo, you two need to shut the fuck up and just bury the Epstein thing. Dude, I think they're taking some heat from the women, bro. That's amazing.
Director 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 were asked about a news story suggesting they were dissatisfied with the decision not to release any additional Epstein files, the sources said. The meeting was first reported by Axios. Take me inside what the suspicion is that Patel and Bongino leaked. I mean, the irony of the polygraph story we started our broadcast with, and you're reporting just now, is that Bondi and 𝗍𝗋𝗧 seem frustrated that Bongino and Patel have gone public with their discontent.
And I think in large part it's because of the pressure that 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 and Dan Bongino have placed upon themselves, Nicole. We have covered the litany of promises that those two men, upon taking their FBI posts, had made to the American population, that they were going to investigate and reveal everything about Jeffrey Epstein, about the January 6th committee and its investigation. They were
See, this is really interesting because they were both like huge conspiracy theorist guys. Both Bongino and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 for years have been the leading, they have been like the Reddit of conspiracy theories. So then Trump puts them in charge of this shit, but like Pam Bondi is, gonna squash the Epstein shit, and these guys are like, whoa, we gotta fucking get to the bottom of Epstein. And it's so funny because you hear like Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk talking about it, but then you hear inside sources and it's like, now I definitely think Bongino's gonna go, right? And I think 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 probably isn't gonna go because he has more power than he'd ever have on the outside, and he doesn't have this like Rumble show to go back to. So I bet 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 stays, but it's gonna be real interesting because now, it seems more like it's going to be 𝗙cie and Pam Bondi that tell these guys to like play ball or get fucking packing, right? And like Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk, they have no idea what's going on. You know what I mean? Dude, if you were assembling a tinfoil hat brigade, dude, Cash and Bongino, absolutely. Dude, they'd be there with like same rowboat as RFK. Right? Oh, fuck.
To investigate and reveal who the pipe bomber was. They were going to investigate the 2020 election. And yet we're 7 months in now, and they have come up with effectively nothing on those fronts here. And that is where I am told, along with our colleague Ken Delanian and Monica Alba, that these two men were frustrated by the feeling that they have been stifled by Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now, to the extent that that is reality, and to the extent that the Attorney General is acting as a shield or actually putting some parameters around their work and their investigations and the basis into them, I think that is the question that each of us are going to have in our reporting here in the days ahead. But these two men, I'm told, the that Dan Bongino is considering resigning from his post. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 has not gone as far as to suggest that, but we'll be looking, I'm told, at how Dan Bongino responds to this. I'm told that both men meet with the Attorney General on a daily basis, and that they have not kept their displeasures hidden from her. I know that Pam Bondi was at the White House 1 week ago. They have continued, the White House, to stand behind her as the Attorney General.
Yeah, that's just it. Even with all of Megyn Kelly's shit, I just can't imagine Trump cutting Pam Bondi loose. I can't imagine that, man. I feel like she is like Italian mob family sort of situation. Bongino's just a fucking podcaster who got a position, the deputy assistant, whatever, head of the FBI. It's like a fucking non-existent position. And he just got that because he was a loyal MAGA mouthpiece, right? It's like an ambassador to the FBI, bro. I mean, what does he even do, dude? You know, but he's not gonna, I feel like Pam Bondi will be there in the end, right? On Trump's deathbed, it's gonna be like Ivanka and Pam Bondi. And, right? That's who's gonna be there. She'll be like, don't worry, everybody is still buried. Nobody's gonna find out about Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, dude, none of them are fucking, right? Assistant to the regional manager, yes.
Some point in time, though, this is going to come to a head, and it may be here in real time, Nicole.
I mean, Vaughn, let me just sift through some of this. I mean, they put pressure on themselves. What do you mean? I mean, these things are not facts. What kind of pressure do they put on themselves? What do you mean?
Dan Bongino, right, and he could leave this job and go back to a podcast that undoubtedly made him a lot of money. He had millions of people that would tune in, hundreds of thousands.
Dude, look at him. Dude, I find Dan Bongino to be one of the most, like, unqualified and offensive looking human beings out there. He is, dude. He's really, other than touching his wiener, I don't know another thing the man is good at.
Which episode you're watching. And for him, dating back to 2022, 2023, you go back to the archives, and he became popular in large part, especially 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 as well. They made money off of these conspiracy theories and saying that they needed to get Donald Trump back into office. And they kept this idea that if they were in the position of the FBI, they would dismantle it, they would reform it, they'd get the corruption out of the FBI, they'd get the longtime prosecutors out of there. You've had these very conversations, and to a large extent, they have upheld the promise of getting rid of top officials that have worked inside of the agency. But when it comes to proving the things that they made money off of for a number of years now, the things that not only they made money off of, but ultimately put them in the position of power, now is the time to serve up the evidence. And so far, they haven't been able to do that.
I mean, Bongino didn't make enough money to buy T-shirts that fit. Vaughn, what is the? I mean, so Bongino feels like there's more, and he wants more of the Epstein files released. I mean, that seems like an absolutely catastrophic outcome. I never thought I'd say this, but Donald Trump better hope that Dan Bongino doesn't leave and go back to his podcast where he made millions of dollars attacking the FBI, because his base is about to absolutely spill over, and whatever toxic brew is inside there is about to come spilling out if he leaves of the Epstein files. I mean, what is the degree of alarm from the folks that'll be left holding the bag?
Okay, I think that's the part, Nicole, that I think that folks need to understand here is that they have gotten severe pushback from MAGA worlds and their base for not providing everything on Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, see, this is the problem of their deep state conspiracy theories, right? Those guys pushed so many conspiracy theories for so long about so much deep state shit. They finally got into the FBI, but none of that shit is like true, really. A lot of it, the J6 stuff, all this crazy shit. So of course they're gonna come up empty-handed. But the Epstein one is gnarly because it is directly tied to Trump. So again, I think Bongino is going, and I think that there's a strong possibility that he gets paid off to make nice, to avoid being a detonator. I bet they pay him. I bet the guy, I'm sure the guy has a price, dude. You know, maybe they'll kill his ex-wife or something for him. I don't know. They're going to do something for him, right? I feel like they're not going to let him go and just become an anti-Trump mouthpiece. I don't envision that happening, you know.
And so in response, they really only have one choice if you're looking at this in some strategical ball game sense, and that is to effectively shift the blame to somebody else. And that's Attorney General Pam Bondi. And Pam Bondi hasn't done herself any good by handing out those binders to those social media right-wing influencers a couple months ago that ended up having nothing in them. Look at Laura Loomer has suddenly become a voice of, you know, demanding transparency, right? I mean, we know the conspiracy theories that she has continually spewed and spread, and she is she's vile in the way that she describes or calls other people that she perceives as political opponents. But the one thing that she does have going for her is the argument that MAGA has the obligation to uphold to the ideas of the transparency that for the last years they claimed that they would bring if Donald Trump came back into office.
My head's about to explode. I wish so badly that I didn't care about facts, because this would be so much more fun. But is it, I mean, what is the fact that Laura Loomer's on the side of the truth? And Pam, I mean, is Donald Trump's name, as what's his face, Elon Musk said, is there a belief among MAGA that Trump's name is in the Epstein files? I mean, you're saying that Laura Loomer is on the side of transparency. Bondi is covering it up. What do they believe Bondi's covering up, Vaughn?
They believe that there's a pedophile ring that is going to implicate a ton of other people. This goes back to QAnon conspiracy theories, right?
It's
Donald
like
Trump,
Pizzagate.
for this part, there is still this idea that somehow he is the one that was ultimately going to bring this ring to an end. I know that we know the facts completely run counter to that. We know that the two men had a relationship. Donald Trump has acknowledged it himself. But I think that this is where you go to, if you get into the real deep crevices of, the MAGA population of America here. I mean, I think it would take a long time to really dissect just how far and how deep this goes.
See, MAGA is convinced that Donald Trump is not in those files. But they believe that those files are like every big actor in Hollywood, everybody who's Donald Trump's enemy, a whole bunch of Democratic political figures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like basically everybody who's out to get Trump, they believe is in that Epstein shit, right? The George Clooney's, Robert De Niro, fucking all of Hollywood. Right? You know what I'm saying? Jimmy Kimmel, right? Remember when they were tossing Jimmy Kimmel? Now we know Bill Gates is involved. We know he's involved. Melinda Gates has implicated that. She's actually done those interviews saying, this is why I left him, and you should ask Bill about his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. So we know Bill Gates is in there. We know Bill Clinton is in there. And we know Donald Trump is in there. And there most certainly are other like large scale figures, but I don't think it's a lot of, I don't think George Clooney is in there. I know they were talking about Tom Hanks before. I don't think Tom Hanks is in there. I mean, but there's certainly a bunch of people that are involved that weren't having sex as well. Right? Is Biden in there? No, I don't think Joe Biden is in there. Dude, I don't think Joe Biden's been able to like get it up for about 30 fucking years, bro. I don't think Biden's still, I think his boys aren't humming anymore, boss. Right? But there have been so many, like the amount of conspiracy theories here are fucking wild. I mean, this shit goes back to that Jack Posobiec Pizzagate. Remember Pizzagate? And Hillary Clinton, when there was the pizza shop in Arlington, Virginia or whatever, where Seth Rich and all this shit. I mean, this shit has been like these the conspiracy theorist weirdos that sort of became the MAGA movement have been feeding on this trough of like pedophile, like government pedophile Hollywood conspiracy theory thing for like 10 years. I mean, you heard Megyn Kelly, right? Where she said it offhand. Well, you know, the pedophiles outside of Hollywood, right? I mean, this has been just a thing that they've used to sort of like other, like the Democrats for a long time, right? So, yeah, this is, and you know what I'm saying? And I mean, this is a big thing because a lot of MAGA, they're all Christians. And let's face it, sexual abuse is like, it's a Christian problem, a huge Christian problem. It's in every church. It's in every Catholic parish. It is in, you know, a lot of these families, these well-to-do families, Christians. It's a huge problem in religion. They're so sexually repressed that this shit is just rampant.
In the belief that these other people were going to be implicated.
Dude, yeah, that shit is wild. So there we go. We're getting a much richer picture of this. You know what I'm saying? A much richer picture of what's going on that actually, you know, Dan Bongino and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶𝗍𝗀 are getting called out for like, yo, guys, you need to stop being, right? You need to stop with the MAGA shit. All right, let's go. Oh man, dude, that is some big shit. So there we go. So that was a much grander sort of idea where you see that it's like Trump's suppression crew is telling the conspiracy theory FBI guys, yo, you guys need to zip it, right? You need to stop questioning the moves. I mean, it's real interesting that, you know, Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly were talking about Pam Bondi having, you know, a battle with somebody in the White House, a woman in the White House. And then you hear other news that says Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles are telling the two FBI guys, you need to shut the fuck up, right? Isn't that funny? I mean, that's funny because again, I know for a fact that Pam Bondi is way more entrenched. Somebody said it in passing. Like, if this was a mob family, Pam Bondi is made, and fucking Dan Bongino, he ain't shit. He's literally has, like, you know, a useless position that's getting no good information that was given just as a nod to the MAGA faithful. Right? And yeah, dude, there isn't a plan, Sam. You're right. There's never a plan with these guys. There's no 4D chess. There's like 10 guys trying to play checkers on the same board. All right, you ready? Let's see if we can get a dance party going. We're going to set it up for, it's super chats only. $2 or more. 10 and we go dance party. We'll go, what do we have? We'll go 30 minutes. All right. Maybe close it off with the dance party. We're going to move along. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We do like our dance party goals. Why Biden didn't declassify the files. So, I mean, here's the thing, guys. So you ready? When you talk about like Biden and the declassification, let me just tell you this. Okay. So the fact of the matter is in most White Houses, okay, you ready? The Department of Justice and the FBI, they have nothing to do with the White House, okay? They don't. In the Biden administration, Biden was not fucking, right? In a normal presidential administration, there is no commingling between the Department of Justice and the president, or the FBI and the president. They don't even fucking talk to each other. The only thing that happens is the president sets like a directive with Biden. He was like, you know what? We're going to focus on the insurrection. We're going to focus on defending LGBTQ rights. We're going to focus on attacking corporations that abuse people. That's it. They set a directive, and then the DOJ operates independently. So Biden had no idea what's going on here. And with the possibility of Bill Clinton in there, Biden probably was like, I'm not even focusing on that. He's not even going to stir that. He was busy with clean energy. He was busy trying to get an infrastructure bill. They were busy attacking, like working on behalf of labor unions and attacking like civil rights injustices in the workplace. Okay? So in a normal presidential administration, the president isn't even fucking doing anything with the DOJ. Now, in Trump's world, the DOJ is literally an extension of Donald Trump. Okay, it's very different world. This is why all those DOJ people like resigned in the beginning, because the Department of Justice doesn't work for the president. Okay, they are a separate fucking thing that is working for their own department, and the president will only maybe establish some priorities of things that like are really important sort of types of cases to pursue, right? That's the reality. This is a very different world where the DOJ person is hanging out with the president and they're fucking, that just doesn't happen. Okay, Joe Biden and Merrick Garland were not sitting around figuring out who they were going to prosecute. You know what I'm saying? That's just not how it works. You know, this is a very different world where the DOJ is like the personal, like vengeance getter of the president. You know? So like Biden had nothing to do with that, right? In Biden's world, that was not even on his thing, you know? And yes, Merrick Garland, I'm not exactly sure, like, I'm not exactly sure what Merrick Garland was doing, okay? I'm not sure what Merrick Garland was doing. I mean, I know that, you ready? There's one thing, okay, that I think this could have something to do with Joe Biden, okay? And not Joe Biden directly, but one of the core tenets of Joe Biden's presidency was he didn't want to look partisan. Okay, Joe Biden was almost, he was such a bipartisan, like reach across to the other aisle, that his whole administration was like, we don't want to appear like we are remotely partisan. Okay, and if anything, I think Merrick Garland like lived under that umbrella of trying to do things to not appear like he was purposely attacking one of Joe Biden's enemies, to the point of being really like maybe not even good at his job in a way, right? That almost like slowed everything down, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, and I think a lot of that shit is fucking, yeah, no, I mean, what Les said there too is really hard, is some of it is Trump's legal strategy too, okay? Like Trump, his entire career, okay? Trump's entire career has been predicated upon being an obstructionist. That's what Trump always does, is he has a legal team that is at his disposal who all they do is delay. They delay, they obstruct, they file senseless motions that tie up the court. They literally, that's been his strategy. I mean, even if you go back to the 80s, what Donald Trump would do is he would hire someone to do work. They would do the work. He would not pay them. And then he would tie them up in court for years until they finally just gave up. And Trump's lawyers are working on retainer because they're sort of like they have a constant stream of money and a constant stream of like get out of jail free cards for them and everybody they know. So they're right. You know what I mean? So it's kind of this situation where I feel like he did the same thing with his court cases too, where I think maybe they underestimated how effective his lawyers were going to be at tying shit up. And, you know, I mean, they're very good at it. They're very good at obstruction. I mean, they've been doing it for like 40 years. You know what I mean? 50 years. It's literally what they do. So, you know, I mean, one of the things that's really hard about it is I feel like up until Donald Trump, most of the U.S. government was used to people mostly playing by the rules and following normal legal procedures. And then Donald Trump came in there and was like, well, we have a totally different way that we play this game. And I think that's caused a lot of wreckage. You know, he hasn't paid 𝗙śnie𝗶𝗵. No, he's never going to pay 𝗙śnie𝗶𝗵. Are you kidding me? Dude, he didn't even pay the people who built his fucking casino, right? Like 𝗙śnie𝗶𝗵's never getting paid. Like, not a chance. You know what I'm saying? Not a fucking chance, bro. Dude. Oh, man. It sucks, dude. It sucks, bro. I honestly don't know how you, like, bring accountability to that. I mean, you know, it's like, court has the money, be released following exhausting appeals. How isn't that another offense? Yeah, so, I mean, you guys may not realize this, but when you get to the stage of having the kind of lawyers that these wealthy guys have, you don't realize that there's a whole different fucking rule book that those people of that wealth live under, guys. It's very different. At that point, like, you know, you have lawyers that are taking the fall for you, right? Like, one of your lawyers is going to go to jail for contempt before anything happens to the person funding the lawyers. You know what I mean? They're like, and they, I don't know, man. It's the system favors the wealthy. Let's just put it that way, right? You know what I mean? It's like the wealthy. I mean, you look at people like O.J. Simpson and shit, right? I'm not live on Twitch. I am not. No, fuck Twitch, boss. Let's go. Yeah, there's a whole different world for those guys. All right, let's see what else I got to cover here that I want to get to before we go. Oh, yeah. Dude, I want to watch. There's a little bit of shit here that, like, the Flagrant guy, dude. Did you see that? The Flagrant guy? Remember the guy who was talking to Bernie Sanders? What's his name? Andrew Schultz? Flagranty? Is that his name? Andrew Schultz? Yeah, this guy. Right? Look at this. They're fucking, these guys are there's starting to be a crack in these dudes. So we're the idiots, right? Watch this. Oh shit, bro. This is where we get in. Do we have I want to watch this little piece of content, but I was wondering, does anyone have a link to the spot of where this, I'd like to hear the larger conversation these guys had around this, right?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. we're the fucking idiots, guys. That is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Bongino.
He had clips, dog. He had bars.
Yeah, but see, this guy, though, like, is this guy fucking dumb? Right? This Andrew Schultz guy, like, is this guy fucking dumb? He's like, oh, Donald Trump ran on all this shit, but like, bro, were you not around in 2016? You're not that old. Like, how are you so fucking dumb that you were acting like the shit Trump ran on was like the shit that he was supposed to do? Yeah, no, this guy is an asshole. He's an asshole who like massaged the fucking nutsack of a lying, degenerate rapist crook. And then after the election's done and we're all getting fucking gangbanged by ICE thugs, this guy is now like, oh, Trump's a liar. It's like, no shit, you fucking clown, bro. You know what I mean? Like, bro, what? I know this shit just makes me mad seeing these guys that, because either you were disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? Either you were disingenuous and you were just voting for Trump because you want that tax cut and fuck the world, right? Or you're like just now playing on this because you're detecting that people are upset about this and you're just, everything to you is just a grift, you know?
Great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan
Son,
Bongino.
he had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
That bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world.
So one of two things, in my mind, is possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
Dude,
Are you still?
see, this is crazy. Dude, let's go. Dude, Sticky, thank you for the membership. We appreciate you, boss. But this is what's crazy. Like, again, yeah, I don't know what the tinfoil is, dude. They should eat the shit. But dude, these guys are such clowns because how do they not? They just leave Trump out of this. How, right? They're talking about cash. They're talking about Bongino. They're talking about Trump promising it, but they never said like, yeah, man, Trump really must be in there. Like Elon said, you know what I mean? Like, why are they wearing the tinfoil? What is the, let's go find these weirdos. Dude. Yo, baby.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant Free.
Sorry, that
Ghislaine.
was just
She's been
really loud in my ears. Right when you walked up, that's why I jumped. All right, good night, babe. See you tomorrow. Dude, ball bad, let's go, baby. All right, we got 18 minutes for a maybe dance party. America needs a U2. All right, hold on. Can I change the fucking... Oh, I can't change the time limit. All right, 15 minutes. Here we go. That's all right. We'll get it tomorrow. But so, yeah, this is... I don't know, dude. This shit is super sus because they're so, everybody is so grimy. You know what I mean? Like, these guys feel like right-wing influencers. Let's go. Dude, thank you, Les. Appreciate you so much. All right? Thank you so much. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Dude, appreciate that. So, yeah, so these guys are so, everybody is like so disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody in the media space now is so money grubbing, right? And they're so like such phonies. And man, seeing Bernie Sanders like say that the Democratic Party was a threat to democracy on this guy's show was like a real low point for me with fucking Bernie, where I'm like, dude, what are you doing, Bernie? Like, why are you slumming it with these fucking clowns? These fucking clowns aren't going to be there for fucking Bernie. You know what I'm saying? They would sell Bernie out in 2 seconds for a fatter paycheck. Dude, these guys are fucking degenerates.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. Free 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍.
Welcome to Flagrant. Free 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍. Dude, what a fucking weirdo, dude. Dude, are these guys... Let's see what it is. Was this a cover-up? All right. You ready? Let's go. Let's get into this.
Let's go through both scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go for the first one of covering it up.
Yeah.
So what does covering it up mean?
Either there's an intelligence operation that's happening within the United States that is aiding and abetting the exploitation of children. It's not great. Our taxpayer dollars go to this in some type of CIA black budget. So we're now complicit in this thing, but it's for the greater good of America.
Right.
So we kind of are like, all right, fine. Or Trump is implicated in some direct way because obviously he knew Jeffrey Epstein from back in the day, or both of those things.
So let's talk about these two scenarios. So if this is an intelligence operation, like I remember when people were blaming it on Israel, it would be better if it was another country. Like, wouldn't you rather your own country not be the one that was plotting, planning, and exploiting these little girls like this? You would hope it was another country. But let's say, for example, it is an American intelligence. Maybe it's America and Israel. That's kind of what it feels like. I mean, there's like an insane amount of ties to Israel.
Dude,
but let's say it isn't.
Dude, these guys are such clowns, bro. Like, who watches this? I mean, I know we're watching it because it's content and we're dismantling it, but there's actually people who watch this and are like, man, I can't wait to see fucking Andrew Schultz show. You know what I mean? Like, are they like 12-year-old boys or whatever? Let's get this. All right, let's go, Luke. Dude, we need 6 more $2 super chats and we dance party. Dude, what do we got? Let's look at the goal. We got fucking 12 minutes. All right, we can do it. We can fucking do it, baby. Let's get it. 5 more. Oh, shit. All right, we're going to rally the troops, dude. Dance party, dance party, dance party. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, yo. Dude, we're holding tight. We're going to get it. But, dude, yeah, there's like, I'm trying to think of the mental framing of somebody who watches this show. Because, right, when you think about it, okay, you watch a show that's either for a high level of information or commentary, right? Something that's thought-provoking and like, or you watch it purely for entertainment. But these guys, I mean, you could watch it, I guess, a little for entertainment, but they're talking about like serious topics. So that means there are people who are of a mental status where these guys' commentary is thought-provoking and interesting. You know? And so that is, oh, let's go. Let's go. 4 more, baby. That's what's crazy, right? Yeah, I know. Does Schultz really, though, does this guy think he's an intellect? Because this is the guy who's like, oh, I vote for the dude who gets pussy. And it's like, bro, let me just tell you. Can I just tell you while we're on the topic of Schultz talking about the pussy comment? Dude, let's go, Pendulous. 3 more, baby. But, dude, look at this. This is what I'm talking about with Trump, bro, is right here, boss. Where is it? Right there, dude. Oh, Jesus. Dude, that shit, you could slide a fucking hot dog in there, bro, and it would just stick. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. All right, we got 3 more, baby. 3 more, 9 minutes. I feel like we're going to make it. Look at that, though, dude. Isn't that gross? It's hard to look at, dude. It is hard to look at. That is one of the gnarliest things I've ever looked at, man. It is offensive. Dude, Trump gives good neck. Dude, can you imagine if you like stuck a finger in there? It's probably like all sweaty and there's like lint and shit in there. Like, oh, dude, that shit is gnarly, bro. Oh my God. That is fucking, that is so gross. Oh, man. Dude, that is crazy. That's what I can't help but thinking about, right? Oh, shit. Quarg. Dude, political Tate's like Trump neck. Let's go, dude. All right, dude, two more. Let's go, Quarg. Pendulous. One more, baby. Dude, record timing, boss. Oh, my Lord. Record timing. All right, who's bringing in the last one? And then the fucking dance party cometh, boss. Here, I'm getting ready. Dude, I'm getting the, I'm already getting the epidemic sound ready. I know we're making it. All right, what do we have? We have like 5 minutes? 8 minutes. Yeah, easy dubs. All right. Dude, we're doing the same song that we do too. Little Deja Vu, that Staff and Carlin song. Let's go, baby. There it is. Borrow Bad brought it home, baby. Let's go.
Tingle Bitty!
So let's fucking go. You said you're really into the podcast scene. You watch Behind the Bastards for deep dive. No, I guess I'm trying to figure out what the core audience of this is, right? You know what I'm saying? They're fucking join built. If you no longer care about, like, I mean, master dinosaur, Rochasaurus, right? Like, who are these fucking people, dude? You know what I mean? I like Schultz, but let's be honest, he's a confident idiot. He literally helped Trump get elected. You voted for this and helped make it happen? I mean, yeah, that's it, dude. All of these guys did. Fucking clowns. All right, we're going to watch some more of these guys and their fucking tinfoil hats. But first, it's time to dance, baby. Get ready, dude. Get limber, baby. Dude, Rochasaurus in the house. Dude, I got socks on today, man. Fucking sliding. All right, you ready? You ready? Are we ready? Are we ready to hit it? Make sure you like the stream. Fucking let's go. Let's go. Don't slip. I don't slip, baby. I don't slip. I dance. All right, here we go, baby. Here we go.
Slowly, this feeling that
Oh, shit, dude. You're having a bad weekend. The dancing actually does make you feel better. Good. Dude, that shit just gets me out of breath, bro. Oh, fuck, boss. Woo. Oh, shit. Woo. I feel like I turned it up a couple of notches for that one. Oh, what time is it near me? It is 1:30 a.m. Right? 1:30 a.m. Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Dude, that shit is good shit. It'll wake me up. Yeah, no, it does. It gets me like wide awake. And I mean, after stream, I edit videos all night, so I need the jazz. Woo! Dude, I would have to start jogging or some shit, bro. Oh. Woo! Let's go. We did it, though. Yeah, no, dancing is a form of workout. It's really good. It's like, I feel like dancing is good for the soul, man. It just is. Dude, that shit is like good for the soul. Right? It's like a way to cultivate a lot of joy. And it's hard because in the beginning, right, when you're dancing or whatever, you can't really be like, when you start, you're self-conscious. You know what I mean? But if you dance enough to the point of where you get unself-conscious, like that is when it becomes just really like soul nourishing. When you stop worrying about what you look like and you just allow yourself to escape in the moment. And, it's pretty, I don't know. I feel like it's a real confidence builder, right? Highly encourage. Even if you don't do it publicly, you know what I'm saying? Just get in front of a mirror and put on music you love and like celebrate the music and celebrate your body, right? You may not love your body, but like you should learn to, because it's the vessel you have, right? And so like appreciating it it can be challenging, but I think it's worth it. Like working on being able to appreciate your body. That's why shit like yoga is so good for you, right? Because you go to yoga and no matter who you are in the beginning, you can't do shit, right? You go there and you can't do those poses, but that's what the process is. The process is going there, not being able to do it. And then all along the journey, you accept where you're at and you become like comfortable, like with your own limitations and abilities. And it's really like powerful, right? To go in there and find a way to make peace with your vessel. I mean, for me, obviously as a young man with a high hairline, like that was a big part of mine in the 80s, 70s and 80s. Like, oh man, the pressure's always there for like men and their hairline. But this was like really like a huge part of my journey was making peace with this, So like, I don't know, man, it sounds inconsequential, but it was pretty crazy. It was like my mid-20s when I was like trying to grow dreadlocks. And one day I went to my friend Daphne's house and I was like, let's cut it all off. And so we shaved me to a bald head just on a random fucking weekday, right? Mid-afternoon, I went to my friend Daphne's house and just took off all my hair. And it was like, it was so freeing to see, what I would look like if the thing I feared most happened. And I was like, holy shit, I actually look great. Like I don't have any reason to be afraid. You know what I mean? It was like wild. But it was years in the making. Like everybody's got some issue with their body, whether it's a waistline or, your thighs, your butt, your hair, whatever. I had a couple. I had struggled with my teeth. They were stained from liquid tetracycline. And you know what I'm saying? And so it's like exploring that, right? You know, and what's more though is it doesn't ever go away. Like, I don't think it's something you fix. It just becomes like, it's about becoming knowledgeable about it, right? Because what Sam says here is obviously there's the being comfortable in your own skin. But what I think is a higher level, even beyond the comfort, is when we have an insecurity about like my teeth or my hairline or your waist size. If you don't become actively aware of that insecurity and develop a relationship, not just with the body part, but with the insecurity itself, you run the risk of being in a situation where you're offloading the complicated feelings of that insecurity onto your loved ones, right? You're like giving your child shit or your wife or husband shit. That's really about your own insecurity. And you're like sniping at them and shit. And so I think developing a relationship with our insecurities to the point of where we can tell when they're driving our other behavior is like, it's a game changer, because then you stop the shame cycle of like offloading shit in a way that you're not even aware of. And man, that awareness is the difference between living in peace and trying to figure out why shit's not working, you know? And when shit's not working, you just kind of know why it's not working, and you can then ride out the situation instead of like why is everything going bad? And so, yeah, I highly recommend. I wish we had yoga and meditation in schools. I wish kids started doing it at a really young age. You know, radical self-acceptance. Let's go. Dude, I have a lot of radical self-acceptance too, but I wish we had. Did your super go through? When did you do it? I haven't seen one from you, Talia. Not since, you did it since the dance party? It has not. All right, let's fucking go back to these flagrant fools. But yeah, man, I wish there was yoga and meditation in schools. It'd be so useful. But, you know, live and let live, baby. All right, you ready? Screw them? Yeah, dude, you got great ears, Mr. Long Ears. Let's go. Oh. They are very brown and fuzzy. All right, you ready? Let's fucking see these flagrant guys about the cover-up. Clown show.
Intelligence operation, like you just said, that our taxpayer dollars are going towards the sex and abuse of children. Do they have this conversation with Cash, Bongino, Trump, and the administration and basically go, what do you want to do, guys? Yeah. Do you want to tell the entire country that the CIA and potentially the FBI, that our organizations were doing this and that we're in on this and this is how ugly we are? What will that mean for the rest of the world? How will the rest of the world view us? What are we capable of? We're supposed to be the good guys. We're supposed to be heroes. What is the collateral damage of sharing this with the world? Do you think they share that information with Trump?
Dude, it's funny how they automatically are like, oh, it's an intelligence operation, fucking, right? They're like right in on the QAnon, guys. This explains the tinfoil hats, I think. Oh, shit.
I'm just asking you guys, like, I just want to explore that one for a second.
I mean, if you'd imagine that in order to keep the files from coming out, it's got to go all the way to the top, is my assumption. Unless there's some type of like hidden agreement where it's like, hey, we're going to protect him from information so that he doesn't sound crazy and he can just kind of run with whatever the mainstream narrative is. But the fact that his tune is even switched up leads me to believe that he has some info.
He knows something. So the reason he knows it because he's like, we're gonna showcase, we're gonna talk about this guy. They ran on it. They ran on cleaning out the swamp. They ran on all these.
They brought all the influencers, gave them all binders with all the shit that was all redacted.
Do you remember this?
Yeah.
They tried to promote this. Like they were building this excitement up for us to just get, I don't know, what is it? What is the term? Like the wind taken out of our sails?
Yeah.
Dude, clowns.
So the fact that his tune has changed from, hey, let's have a social media moment with the binders to, you guys are still talking about this guy? Yeah, we're talking about it because of you.
Yeah.
You're the one that keeps the conversation going when you hand out the binders to the social media influencers.
Yep.
You're the one that keeps the conversation going when your
FBI director goes on podcast and says nothing happened. He killed himself. Yep.
Okay. So it has to go to him. Especially for him to go, why are you guys still talking about this? Because you wanted us to talk about it.
Yeah.
You promoted it.
Yeah. There is a possibility that it's not directly CIA or FBI. Sometimes this happens with like military ops where like former agency guys will go off and create a shell company that kind of operates in like the gray area of the law.
Yeah.
And they'll do operations and typically it's like surveillance and shit like that. And the CIA will contract them. And so they operate kind of as a private company that can't be FOIA'd. They can't have all their files taken out. And
dude, these guys are so funny. Like hearing them talk about the CIA, it's like they watched like The Bourne Identity, and they're right? They're like, let me tell you how the CIA works. I was watching CSI last night, and there was this great episode about the fucking dude, it's
CIA
wild.
still gets all the information.
But either way, it's still CIA.
Yeah. Sure. But it just gives a separation for them.
Sure. But
Epstein was doing this for over 25 years. Like they know.
Right.
Listen,
he's giving sweetheart deals, of course.
𝗙𝗪xe𝗶𝗏.
See, that's just it. Epstein was doing this his whole fucking career, right? That like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like you know what I'm saying? Like intelligence operations usually don't operate where the guy's out in the public eye so much. Like Jeffrey Epstein was so out in the public eye. He was so like exposed, you know, but whatever. And if you're asking about my skyline on my thing, if you're asking about this is New York City, right? That's a place that I love.
Said on record. We have this on record. 𝗙𝗪xe𝗶𝗏 was, I think, at the time the district attorney in Palm Beach.
Yeah, Miami, Palm Beach.
Yeah, and then later was about to be
Secretary of Labor.
Yes, and then had to step down because
he was the Secretary of Labor
of the connections. I think he was Secretary of Labor and then had to step down.
Yeah.
But he said he was the guy who gave the sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said, I did it because I was told he was intelligence.
I was told to back off.
Because he was intelligence. That is said.
But again, though, like 𝗙𝗪xe𝗶𝗏 did that, I think, because of Trump, and said he was intelligence, right? He said that because that's a great way to fucking bury it, right? You know what I mean? Like they're acting like 𝗙𝗪xe𝗶𝗏 just what? This guy outed the intelligence aspect of Jeffrey Epstein, and none of the handlers, none of the intelligence ops that are running off this thing were like, I feel like if 𝗙𝗪xe𝗶𝗏 had outed a real intelligence thing, he would have ended up like falling out of a window or some shit. You know what I mean? Like usually if you out a major intelligence thing like that could sink the whole goddamn government, you think they're going to let that guy live? I mean, it feels very unlikely. Yeah, dude, those guys would have, you know what I mean? I mean, that feels like something that, you know, Trump, he can't say I did it for Donald Trump. So he's going to say, oh, yeah, it was the deep state. It was, right, the fucking blah-de-blah-de-blah. Like, come on, man.
That you cannot wipe that clean from the record. Yeah. That has been said by I don't want to say trusted source, but a source that is reliable and knows the weight of their words.
Yeah, that has been said by a guy who gave a sexual predator immunity against the will of all the victims, and then later took a reward from the guy who he gave immunity's best friend. Huh. Yeah, that seems trustworthy is not really the word I'm thinking of. Dude, Evil Eye, you said Temu Queen singer. He is like a Temu Freddie Mercury, isn't he? He's like Freddie Mercury without the talent, dude, or the panache.
Right?
And I think that was in the hearings to become Trump's labor secretary.
Oh, I thought that was... Okay, but go on.
I think while they're interviewing him, they're like, by the way, what was up with the sweetheart deal, da-da-da-da, what was up with the Epstein thing? Because they're looking at his whole career. And a kid, I think,
I
would double check.
I think he also said that
at the time.
At the time when he gave him the sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because people were upset about that.
Right. And so, yeah, from my understanding, while he's in the briefing with the Trump cabinet team, he basically was like, yeah, I was told to stand down.
Yeah.
From someone above me. I think it was like the exact quote. But,
so to me, I think that's where we can have some confidence that he does have connections to the intelligence community.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. So bare minimum, there's connections. Maximum, this is this like massive blackmail ring. It's not only blackmail. They've inserted themselves in governments. They've inserted themselves in royal family. They've inserted themselves in like American intelligentsia, the highest levels of our universities. Like this is everywhere, right? It's not just as much as like you're a president, let me go fuck you.
Right.
You know, let me get you to fuck a girl. It's everybody. It's like inserting yourself in every piece of like influence in American culture.
Yeah.
And the
Dude, look at him. Dude, they fucking, all the tinfoil's gone, bro. I'm so disappointed. Where are your tinfoil hats, clowns? Where'd the clown hats go? If he was Mossad. See, my thing like this, guys, is if he was really, I feel like if he was really an intelligence asset, you don't think he would have like disappeared the very first time when he almost got arrested, right? He almost goes to jail. There's active victims and 𝗏𝗏cie gives him immunity and there's a whole shit show. Don't you think he would have been whisked away somewhere? Like he would have gone on vacation to the French Riviera or some shit. You would have never heard from that motherfucker again, bro. You know what I'm saying? He certainly wouldn't have been free and wandering around while Trump was running for office. Right? While they're trying to get Bibi's fucking Trump's son-in-law's dad's best friend, Bibi Netanyahu, right? They're trying to get Trump in office in 2016. I feel like Epstein wouldn't have been running around giving newspaper interviews divulging all the inside info he's got in the Trump admin. Like Epstein was going on the record during Trump's administration. He was divulging like insider information as though he had been, catching up with Trump every day, right?
Rolled around.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Okay. So Trump either is told that if we release the details on this, it will destroy confidence in America at home and abroad.
Yeah.
Because what country runs a child fucking blackmail ring on its own people?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a tough look. And that says a lot because, most military budgets go towards pretty awful things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we're cool killing kids over there. You know what I mean? But
fucking them here.
Yeah, dude, just do the Iraqis. Don't do us.
Yeah. Yeah, like what would the collateral damage of that be? How would we react to that? What if we found out our alphabet agencies were doing that?
Yeah, it wouldn't be ideal.
The thing I don't get is that what new information happened, because Trump's first 4 years, this is when he got locked up. This is when he would have been told already.
That's also true, yeah.
That, hey, he's intelligence, this can compromise us, don't release it. So
and
then
why
would you
continues to run on it?
Then
That's
why
true.
run on this?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think that, okay, so let's go through that difference here. There's a version where it's like, because I've said this even before the pod, where it's the Democrats in the Biden administration had access to this, right? And if Trump was in it, this is like a piece of logic. If Trump was in it or connected, they would have used it against him.
See, this is the out they always use. First off, Biden didn't have access to the DOJ. Biden was a regular president that wasn't in there hunting down the DOJ and getting them to do his bidding. That's part one. And part two is with Bill Clinton being in there and Bill Gates being in there, which we know that nobody was going to release the Trump part because it would also release the Clinton, right? It's like an all or nothing with this shit, okay? That's the reality. They can't release the Trump without also sinking Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and whomever else. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, I know, dude, they keep going to this fucking Biden shit. They're like, oh, Biden's DOJ. Like, Biden was calling the DOJ. Dude, presidents don't fucking talk to the DOJ. That's the whole point. if you're talking to the DOJ, you're way out of line. You know what I mean? But like, dude, yeah, no, this is the way they try to get, oh, Trump wasn't involved, right? Trump wasn't involved. Trump wasn't involved. Yada, yada, yada. It's their little calling card to get Trump out of the thing, right?
The Biden administration had access to this, right? And if Trump was in it, this is like a piece of logic. If Trump was in it or connected, they would have used it against him. Like they used everything against him. They went after him for money. They went after him for, I mean, like,
dude, that's just it with this whole thing of like saying they went after him. See, Biden's DOJ didn't go after Trump. Trump broke the fucking law. Okay. Trump fucking broke the law and fudged business records to win an election after paying off a porn star. Trump broke the law trying to submit false electors, hiding classified documents after he took them from the FBI. You know what I'm saying? They weren't going after Trump. Like, Trump was actively breaking the law and they just prosecuted him instead of like looking the other way. You know what I mean? Like, dude, these guys are, see, this is what I don't like. They're just sitting here dumping the fucking red pill fucking bullshit. These clowns, right? Biden was 80 fucking years old and just trying to get his fucking infrastructure bill passed, trying to get Build Back Better passed.
The complete power of the justice system and any other system they had at their disposal, they used against Trump.
Unless your guys are also implicated.
They used against Trump, right?
I didn't consider that. I thought that Trump was clean from it because he had rallied against it so hard. He'd ran on it. All the people that he's hiring are people that are going after it and essentially promoting themselves on it, right? But there is a version where it's like, what is it? It's like a mutual assured destruction.
Yeah, dude, he's like, oh my God, there's a version of it where the guy who's best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, who's in all the phone logs, who's been on the plane, who promoted the guy who gave him immunity to cabinet secretary, and who he died mysteriously with all these cameras down while he was president, this fucking DOJ Bill Barr, right, who's fucking covering this shit, and they're like, oh yeah, all that happened, and like, we just now are starting to think that maybe Trump had something to do with this. Like, goddamn, bro. I want to be these guys' financial advisors because these guys are some of the dumbest people. It's like the light bulb just went off after, you know, the guy comes out with a knife with blood on it and there's skin on the guy's arm and he's like, nope. And then a year later, they're like, huh, you know, you think maybe he had something to do with it? Like, dude.
Yeah. So it is nukes on everybody. So therefore, they're like, we could go after Trump with this, but by exposing Trump as part of this thing, it might expose all the other people or confirm that it is an actual blackmail ring. And once it's confirmed that it is an actual blackmail ring, we got to see how far this goes.
Yeah. And it might not even implicate like Democrat politicians. Like it likely does, but it doesn't necessarily need to, because by our guys, you could just mean the U.S. government.
Yes. The intelligence community is involved in it. Okay.
I think it's either U.S. government or rich donors.
So there's a version of this where he is involved, right? That's not completely clean just yet. He is involved. To what extent, we do not know. But it's not like the most absurd thing, right? Like the guy was partying with Epstein.
I think, yeah.
Right? So
his name was in the black book.
I think Trump's fucked a hooker or two in his life. That wouldn't be like the most shocking thing.
Dude, these guys are like, it's like hard to believe that these dudes are real. You know what I mean? It's hard to believe that these dudes are actually real. They're just like, oh, like they have a huge tank of nitrous behind this couch that they hit during breaks or what, man?
Ever here, right?
Yeah.
Now, is he asking for ID every single time? I don't know. And that's that's probably the name of the game, right? It's like you get the girls that are 16 or whatever to go, and then the guys aren't asking questions, you fuck them, and now you got it all on video.
Also, just one note on the Acosta thing. So it says when questions resurfaced in 2019 about why Epstein received such a light sentence, Acosta allegedly told Trump's transition team the following: "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone." So that was the exact quote. So it was never like in some type of,
Oh, so look at that. You see that? So the Acosta claim about intelligence was reported as something that Acosta told the Trump team when asked about it. So they never even asked him about it in the confirmation hearings. What's up, woke grandma? You know what I'm saying? So this is like, all this shit is like planted to high hell, right? To high heaven, as my mom used to say. Dude, Stormy Daniels, dude, she's the only honest thing about Donald Trump, right? She said 2-inch mushroom. That's it. She called it. She's the only one. She's the only reality we got.
Court of law where he can't perjure himself.
Who told you that?
ChatGPT.
No, that's what I want to know. Alex Acosta goes, I was told that he's intelligence. Who?
No, he's never confirmed this or
That's
denied
alleged.
it in a public
Do
statement.
we know who said he said that, or did Trump's team say that? Okay.
No. I mean, again, this was in 2008 that this happened.
Okay, so then let's go through the other scenarios. So
Trump is compromised.
So
Would be-
Trump's
would be
compromised.
another scenario.
Let's go through. There's another scenario. Let's assume Trump isn't compromised, but the intelligence community is.
Dude, there's no way. There is no way that Trump isn't compromised. I mean, Elon Musk's tweet. Come on, bro. There is no way that Trump is not compromised here. Yes, Trump is 100% the reason this shit is being covered up. 100%.
To him, and they basically say, "This is us. This is what we do." There are a lot of people here that are going to go down if you out this, and the reality is you're not going to out this. And I would like to take this a little further. There's a version where the intelligence community comes in. They go, "You don't really run the country. You get to make a lot of decisions, and that's fine. But you look the other way at the things we do."
Oh,
and
dude, look at what he's doing. He's selling the deep state, right? He's selling that the deep state is so entrenched, they're going to Donald Trump and saying, "Hey, buddy, you need to remember what happened in Butler, right? You need to fucking play along here, or we're running the show."
We look the other way at the things you do. And then once the things you do cross paths with the things that we do, we remind you that you don't really run the country.
Dude.
And maybe that's what, and I'm not trying to give Putin credit here, but remember when Putin said that thing about every American president, what is it? Every American president has these great ideas, and then once he gets elected, the real men that run the country, the men in suits, walk in and tell him what the deal is.
Oh, I was not even thinking about that. I was thinking about how Putin kind of told the oligarchs whenever he took over, like, this is my shit now.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking Trump could have done that.
So, and that wouldn't be that shocking to me, because the idea that we have a new person running the country every 4 years or 8 years, and they plot the course of America for the next 300 is kind of absurd, right? Like, there has to be some version of permanent government. Obviously, it's not established, and they're not speaking about it, they're not shining a light on it, but there must be some version of this permanent government that maintains the course.
Mm-hmm.
And
dude, these guys, what's really interesting with these guys is their limited idea of they think of government as this one thing, and they don't realize that it's 50 agencies with career people, right? There's people working in the EPA who are researching pesticides, and they do that for 30 years, reporting their research to 7 different presidential administrations that then incorporate or don't incorporate their research into the thing, right? That there's and there's 20 agencies all functioning, that there's no one government. You know what I mean? That there's not one government. I mean, now that Trump's there's becoming one government that is the Trump fucking posse. You know what I'm saying? Where all the other work is just grinding to a halt. But these guys are thinking that there's the government is just this, one institution that's just running the show, dude. You know what I'm saying? They're so dumb, right? They're so fucking, they're kind of dense, man. And it's hard. It's hard because these guys are providing critical information to young voters. Man, and like, dude, we might be fucked, bro. We might be fucked. I'm starting to realize, dude.
Does fucked up shit to maintain the course, just like every other country that's run as a dictatorship does fucked up shit to maintain the course. So it wouldn't be shocking to me that that happened. Maybe he's involved, maybe he's not involved, but he could have had a conversation. They could have come up to him and be like, you know, we missed on purpose, right?
When he says like they, right? Like who's the they, right? It's not the head of the FBI, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆. It's not the attorney general. Like who's the they? The they are some dudes that, you know, some Italian dudes in the back fucking, there's like a, you know, an Italian restaurant in the back of the fucking FBI with some mobsters sitting back there, right? They, right? If it's, right, if the head of the FBI, oh, is it the head of the CIA? Like, I don't know, dude. It's pretty far-fetched, man. Yeah, it's like a room full of Illuminati guys. Dude, it's so funny, bro.
Like, they could have sat him down in a room and be like, you know, we missed on purpose, right? He goes, what? He goes, the guy who had the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, like, we missed on purpose. You didn't look at a fucking sign. Looking at the sign got you closer. But we missed on purpose. And we won't the next time unless you tell people to look the other way about this Epstein shit. To me, I would not be surprised at all if the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country. And we get to bicker about little shit.
Yeah, but if the FBI were running the country, then 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 would be privy to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro.
They go, oh, let them fight about abortion. You know, let them fight about hate speech. Let them fight about this. And
yeah, Ron, you're not wrong. Dude, what Ron said right there is fucking like the Heritage Foundation, the Manhattan Institute, 100%. Ron said these think tanks exist because they don't want to share the planet with black people or women, and they want to litigate the Civil War into a scenario where they win. I mean, dude, right now, there is like, there's two major operations happening in with the Heritage Foundation, Manhattan Institute, all the Center for American Progress, all this bullshit. Two things. One, they want to get rid of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. That's part one, to consolidate voting power and civil rights into the hands of the white, wealthy people, Christians, property owners. That's part one. Part two is obviously getting rid of abortion and eliminating contraception. Why? Because that allows males to pick a woman, get her pregnant, and tie her to them for life at raising their kids and through marriage, right? I mean, women didn't have real power until Roe v. Wade, because when Roe v. Wade passed, they could decide to not marry a guy who got them pregnant, which led to women being the CEO. I'm fucking telling you guys, the reason women had no power in our society is because a 16-year-old boy could take a star woman and get her knocked up after some beers and fucking make her a handmaiden for life. Like, it's fucking, I'm no joke, man. That was the Christian power play. Dude, get her knocked up at 17 and she becomes your wife and your laundry doer and your brat raiser for the rest of your fucking life, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and they want to end that. They want to go back to that. Okay, they want to end like women being able to opt out of that, dude.
But the real decisions, like if we're going to send more fucking aid to Ukraine, if we're going to send more aid to Israel, those decisions are already made because we continue to make them. Despite Americans not wanting them, the same fucking decision gets made, right? Over and over again.
Yep. And this is my theory with like, are politicians individually corrupt? Like perhaps, but I wonder if just the throne is corrupt. Like the institution, the systems in place are just like inherently kind of corrupt. And so you can have people like Cash, who's probably like working in good faith while he's campaigning and like on the buildup and like all.
Dude, Cash was never working in good faith. That guy is a conspiracy theorist, power monger. Like, where did these guys look at 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆 and think, oh yeah, dude, what are they talking about, bro? Dude,
of his time as a prosecutor for the state, like he's like doing good work, and then gets into role, gets read in on a brief, and goes, "All right, never mind." You know what I mean? Like, I can see that. To me, that seems like the most logical thing.
I believe that about Trump. I believe when Trump, everything he campaigned on, I believe he wanted to do. And now he's doing the exact opposite thing of every single fucking thing.
I don't know what he's done. Yeah, exactly to your point.
Dude, they are just now realizing that Trump, like, just said whatever was going to whip people up to vote for him and to get into power so he could stay out of jail. And then once he got in there, Trump's entire administration's going to be one thing, guys. Retribution. Retribution against people who charged him with crimes, against the states of New York that charged him with crimes, of California because Gavin Newsom is a threat. You know what I'm saying? He's going to attack his enemies and the people that are in any way he can that did J6. It is going to be complete retribution. He's going to try to destroy the economies of the people who've had strong voices against him, their states. That's it. That's all he's going to do, man. He's giving tax cuts and retribution. That is it. That's the only thing. He's not going to do shit. He doesn't care about any of that other shit, man. He just wants retribution.
You tell me, it's easier for me to believe you wanted to do all these things if any of them were happening in the way that you said they would.
To that point, like there'll be people that like they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Dude, what did he say? He said that the schools were sex-changing kids, which was a lie. He said that all fucking immigrants were criminals and rapists and from jails, and that they were going to have mass deportations. He said he was going to get retribution against everybody who fucking attacked him. He fucking threatened lawsuits against the networks, pulling broadcast licenses, locking up Hillary way back when, which he didn't follow through with. But like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? What, you know what I mean? I mean, Trump's not accomplishing shit. He's failing at the deportations. He's only deported 100,000 people because he's not talented, but he is certainly trying to threaten and bully and attack and disparage every group he fucking shit on during his campaign. So what the fuck did these guys vote for? You goddamn moron. Andrew Schultz, I want to come on your show and ask you, what the fuck did you think you voted for when they were waving mass deportation signs around? What did you think that was going to look like? Right? You fucking clown. You know what I mean? Like when Elon Musk was red pilling Twitter, right? What do you think? You think all of Elon's investigations were going to go bye-bye? Yeah. Okay. And you think they were going to cut the budget? He exploded the budget. $8 trillion added. Record setting in 4 years under Trump's first term. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, goddamn, dude.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like. But he's like, oh, well, we kind of need the people working in restaurants, and we need our farmers. It's like everything.
Yeah, but even then, they're only going to do that in red states. They're going to attack the restaurants and farms in blue states, right? Dude, this guy is just pissing me off now, man.
He said that he was going to do that. He can campaign.
Well, he said to us, which was important, and I thought it was good. You pressed him on it. Well, you got to start with the criminals in terms of deporting.
7% of the people they have deported or interned, 7% are criminals. There are no fucking undocumented criminals. Hardly any. That's why they only talked about Lake and Riley the whole goddamn time. You fucking ignorant motherfuckers bought into this shit because why? Because you're dumb? Because Trump convinced you that he got a lot of pussy when he was younger and you thought that was cool? You fucking dumb shits. He only got pussy because he was raping women. Fucking assholes. Goddamn, bro. Dude, I want a 9-iron. Dude, we need a fucking 9-iron, bro. Right here. Dude, What the fuck? All right, I got 1 minute and I'm going to go make some videos. I'm going to have a fucking coronary watching these idiots.
I don't even know if the criminals are getting sent back. I know there's a lot of people with green cards getting sent back. There's people who aren't criminals getting sent back. I don't know if you're sending back the criminals first. You're definitely not doing it first. I don't know if you're sending them back at all. So nothing has happened.
And you were more optimistic than I was because I judge him by his first 4, and it was Mr. Drain the Swamp, Mr. Build the Wall, Mr.
Yeah, dude, his first 4 years, he lied about everything, accomplished nothing, and told us to inject bleach during the pandemic. And then these stupid fucks are like, oh, let's believe him the next time, right? Because we can say the N-word and use the F slur when Trumpy's around. Oh, he lets us say slurs. Oh, let's vote for him. Fucking, what a fucking goon squad, bro.
Like, he didn't do a lot of the stuff he promised in the first 4, so why would anything be different?
I already expect politicians to not do most of it.
Thank you. The black guy is the only guy sitting on that couch that has a goddamn brain in his head, bro. But yet he sounds like he still voted for him, dude. Like, homie, the men in America are in trouble, okay? This podcast is proof that men in America are in crisis. Why? Because they're making stupid decisions. They're voting for like people that lie to their faces, that fail right in front of them, and they're voting for them anyway, and they don't even appear to know why. They don't even know why they're voting for him. They're like, yeah, I voted because Trump said he was going to cut spending. But the motherfucker never fucking like spent. You know what I mean? The guy never cut spending. He blew up the deficit. All right, we're going to end right here with this little clip. Let's see this clip. What do we got here? All right, ready? All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. What is he doing now, dude?
The only party right now that to me seems America first is the Democrat Socialist Party.
Yep.
Bernie is America first. Mamdani and all his ideas that he will not be able to execute, and I frankly think many of them are not good ideas, but he is no doubt New York first. The policies seem to want to help people here. That's what I care about. If MAGA wants to take this America First thing back, they got to start looking out for America, and it doesn't seem like they're doing. Lying to Americans is not America First. There is one lie,
dude,
which is Epstein did not have a blackmail ring on all these very influential people. And by saying that that didn't happen, you have to tell a lot of other little lies. Every one of them just pulls a little piece of thread away from the fabric. And we're starting to see right through right now, and it's just embarrassing.
Dude, they're so fucking disingenuous. Like, what a fucking douche, bro. Right? Because he just realizes that a movement is happening, and so now he's like, oh, now I gotta fucking be about that movement, right? At least they're turning on Trump. I don't think they are, right? I think the fact is they'll turn to whatever's building fucking momentum to try and follow the money. But let's look at this. You ready? Let's find the clip. Okay, let's find the fucking clip, dude, where he talked about why he voted for Trump. Okay, let me see. Let's find it. The old clip. I'm not going to see it because it's fucking old, but. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is.
The sides switched so much. You know, when I was younger, like, Democrats were cool. They were getting their dick sucked in the office. They were like, right? They were like, they were like supportive of like hip hop music. They said, do whatever you want. Like, we don't want to be in your bedroom.
Yeah, they were getting their dick sucked in the office by interns in a horrible fucking power dynamic that's like borderline fucking rape. You know what I mean? Like, bro. What a fucking
When I was younger, like, Democrats were cool. They were getting their dick sucked in the office. They were like, right? They were like, they were like supportive of like hip hop music. They said, do whatever you want. Like, we don't want to be in your bedroom. They were cool with gay people. Like, it was cool to be a Democrat. Now, conservatives got 3 baby mamas. The president got 3 baby mamas. He's getting pussy left and right. Right? He's cool. He's the one saying, say whatever the fuck you want. So now conservatives have become Democrats. So I don't think I've changed. I just like the dudes that get pussy and say whatever they want. So it's you want me to be a Democrat again? Get some pussy. Tell me to say whatever I want.
Dude, yeah. You see, like this guy, right? This clown is now like, oh, DSA man is really the party dude. Bernie Zoran, he's going to fail at everything, but at least he's trying to put America first. Dude, yeah, this guy is a fucking shitbag, bro. He is. He's a fucking 12-year-old boy. Yeah, he thinks rape is fucking cool, man. Yeah, great. Great, man. It's great having a president with like an intern where she doesn't have the power to say no, because if she does, it will end her entire future career. So she's forced to say yes to this guy. And the president, the CEO, the fucking studio head or whatever. And this guy thinks that's so cool because he's so desperate to get laid that he wants some dynamic where the woman gets sexually abused just so he can fucking get laid. It's like, dude, you should fucking bone your homie on the couch, bro. You should just bang your fucking couch mates there and leave the goddamn women alone, man. You know what I'm saying? Like these fucking guys, bro. Right? This guy, dude, this guy doesn't even understand what the DSA is about. Okay? This guy is just, the DSA is viral. And it's looking like the Democrats are going to fucking clean house. There's a new movement rising up. And this guy's like, oh, man, I want to make sure I can be cool in that movement. Right? Dude, what the fuck, bro? You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's fucking crazy, man. Right? It's fucking crazy shit, dude. Dude, why are you having some fantasies about this guy? Right? Dude, it's fucking the somebody did say Schultz looked like fucking Freddie Mercury earlier, right? I think everybody is a little bit bisexual. That's my thing, right? I think everybody is. I just think our society's not equipped to handle it yet. Dude, it's true, man. Right? It's true. Dude, you see, like, dude, bro crushes are always there. We just can't be open to it anymore. Right? All right. Dude, I know, poor Freddie. Dude, it is. It is a fucking spectrum. You know what I'm saying? It is a spectrum for sure, dude. Right? Because you ready? You ready for this? Check it out. I'm going to say something here and then I'm going to go. And because I like adult content, okay? I've known some porn stars in my day. I've known a lot of strippers. I've dated a few like sex workers. I'm a huge fan of the sex industry, right? Of like legitimizing it and believing that it should be like legal and supported, okay? Because it's a legitimate, important job that those women do. But let me just tell you, every guy who watches fucking sex content, every man who watches adult content picks the type of dicks they like to look at, guys. Okay? It's a very important part of the equation. Okay? It's huge on the menu. As important as the girl, they are picking the dick that they like to watch, the man that they like to watch have fucking sex. And that is a sexuality spectrum for every heterosexual man. Every single one, dude. And whether they can admit it or acknowledge it is another thing. But that's a part of the equation, right? There are just certain people, you'll watch it, you'll be like, dude, I don't like the way that guy's dick looks. I ain't watching that shit. I need a better dick. It's true, right? Your man's addicted to porn. See, that sucks. You don't want to get addicted to porn. But hopefully you just want to use it to supplement your sex life, right? When your significant other, but it's true, man. Guys don't want to admit that. But dude, the guys, like, they gravitate towards like watching the dicks. They do, man, right? Even in the heterosex. It's important to think about. All right, on that note, I'm going to leave you, right? I'm going to leave you, okay? I'm going to leave you learning a lot about me. Well, see, I'm an open book. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, what happened with me, I'll tell you my story real quick. is I grew up in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, right? Before I turned 21 in 1990. And I grew up in the time when they told you, like, gay people are dangerous, scary. You're going to turn gay if you get too close to them, right? And so what I did when I was 20 is I was like, fuck it. I'm going to put it to the test. And so I met a guy who was picking me up, who was obviously gay. I went to his apartment. I drank and did cocaine with him all night. I let him give me a blowjob. And I closed my eyes and thought of a woman because I was not comfortable. I wasn't going to kiss him. I wasn't into him, but he was into me. And I learned a couple things. One, I learned that the way he was gay was no different than the way I was straight. We were just different kinds of people. And two, I learned that you don't turn gay. If it ain't in you, you're not it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But I was curious, right? I was like, let's test this thing. And so you don't turn, right? But you could. Ostensibly, that doesn't mean that, like, you know, like there were times when I used to hang out at this punk rock bar where the punkers, some of the punkers, and there were some rednecks in this bar that were a little bit like not gender fluid. And so me and a hippie guy I knew used to French kiss in the middle of the room there, even though we both had girlfriends. We would French kiss in front of these sort of rednecky guys and these punk rockers because they would get so agitated. We would go in and play pool and we would French kiss just to freak out the guys. And then we would usually beat them and take their money. But again, I wasn't attracted to Chris at all, but I had no problem like French kissing him because it was a French fucking kiss, right? You know what I mean? But right? You know? And so we used to do shit like that just to sort of stir the gender pot, right? So, but again, I feel like there's a spectrum of sexual comfortability that allows you to engage like that, right? But yet I'm not like, I've never desired to have sex with a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Other than that fucking intriguing curiosity to test the thing, right? But like, dude, the people that have a lot of gay in their spectrum are like, they actually get turned on. Like, I don't look at a guy and fucking get turned on right now. But there's a reality though of like how the brain works. Like any man could watch two men having sex and they would probably get aroused just from the act of seeing the sex. That's like a brain thing. But it's like, there's the pursuit of it. There's like a hunger. It's the difference between getting sexually aroused and having that sexual hunger, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's like I don't know, in meditation, it's about the craving that occurs. You know what I'm saying? It's about the craving that occurs. And what's wild about it is I worked in a bar that was, a lot of the people that hung out there were like guys. They were a bunch of weed dealers and they were really upset about, like, they were pretty homophobic, but it's like you can test your fucking like sexuality by doing that. Like, you don't know, like this unknown variable guy who's like saying you're bi, he's covering, because what it is I know that I'm not bi because I went and did the experiment. But you, unknown variable, you don't know if you're bi because you haven't gone and actually tested it. Like, that's just it. Like, straight men go to prison and have sex with men, but they are still straight. I had a friend who was straight, okay, who did gay porn for money in LA. He did gay porn because it was easy, paid more, and was far less work. But he was a straight guy. He literally just had sex with men because it got him money and connected him to this crowd, and he got a little bit of fame and shit, but he was not gay, not even at all. Like, you don't understand that who you have sex with and whether you're gay or not are not connected at all, right? And if you think they are, you should probably explore your shit, because you might have some shit working on in you that you don't even know, right? That, like, who you have sex with and whether you're gay or straight are not the whole thing. But the thing is, unknown variable, when you're saying you've never had the desire to test it, right? The thing about it is it's not about having the desire. You find it ick. Dude, now I'm banning you because you're just a homophobic weirdo that probably is in the closet. All right, get out of my fucking chat, dude. He's like, I find it the ick. Like, that's just weird, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's where you get fucking, that's stupid because he finds it the ick. So he's like got something going on in him. You know what I mean? Because when you are comfortable in your sexuality, you don't find that shit to be the ick. You know? It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things where like the social programming gets in there, right? Like for example, you know what I'm saying? Like you could like blondes instead of liking brunettes, okay? That like, you know what I mean? But we live in a society where you can like blondes and brunettes and nobody's going to ostracize you, right? But it's society programs people to have these ideas like, oh, like a lot of people develop what they call the ick or this, ooh, that's gross. They develop that side of their personality to prevent themselves from engaging in any experimentation. When the reality is we could live in a society where it's totally just okay to experiment and you're not judged for it, right? If you try Chinese food and you know, Italian food, nobody's like, oh my God, right? But if you try different types of sex, somebody's like, oh, right? That's homophobia. This idea that if you engage, right? You know what I mean? It's like you can have sex with a man and not be homosexual at all. And you can be homosexual and be married with kids and never have sex with a man. Sex and sexuality are not the fucking same thing. They're not even related. Okay? They're not even related. That's why people get all weird. Okay? That's why people get all weird with this fucking, you know what I'm saying, where they talk about like gay kids and they're like, why are you sexualizing the kids? It's like, you don't realize a 7-year-old gay kid there's no sexualizing. It just means when somebody says, oh, you got a crush on Susie, the kid is thinking, no, I actually got a crush on Billy. Why are you telling me I should like Susie? Has nothing to do with sex, okay? Like, it has to do with that fucking, yeah, it's about the love, right? It's about that love and that I don't know, that pheromonal attraction or something. Like, sex is just sex, right? Yeah, the religion fucks people up, man. And again, I'm not bi, but even if I was bi or gay as shit, it wouldn't matter, right? But I mean, literally, I fucking, dude, I'm not attracted to men, but I could have sex with men, right? I've had sex with women that I was not attracted to simply because I wanted to have sex, right? You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know, there's a thing that I have with women that I don't have with men, but that doesn't mean I couldn't have sex with men. I mean, I tested it to see, oh, if I do go have a sexual experience with a man, will I have that hunger for men too? And I don't. But what's weird about it is the guy that I hooked up with when I tested that theory, he had that thing for me, right? He had it. It was so obvious. I was like, holy shit. And what's weird is the way he kind of picked up on me kind of made me realize how I needed to be careful with how I treated women. Because what ended up happening is after the whole thing, even though I wasn't interested in him, I still felt a sense of rejection the way he pursued me. And then once he got what he wanted, he was just done with it. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. I had never been in the shoes of what the girl... what a girl had gone through having a male pursuit, because men pursue differently than women do. And it was very interesting, right? You know what I mean? It's very interesting. It's fucking wild. But yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a good experience. And then when I came back and told my roommate about it, he was like, you did what? Like, what? My friends were tripped out about it. And later on, though, a couple years later, I found out that our best friend in our friend group in high school had been gay. And he didn't tell us until years after we graduated, because you couldn't talk about that shit. right? So me when I was 20 going and doing this and then talking to my friends about it was like, whoa, dude, that was like so taboo, you know, but it was, you know, and then, yeah, it was just, I don't know, it was wild. But I encourage people to try to like not get hung up about sex and sexuality, to go see a therapist and unravel some of that shit. Because that shit, it will bleed into your fucking relationships, man. It's where a lot of toxic masculinity comes from, men's fucking weird fears about like homosexuality and feeling like that is some, like the guy feelings they have is some sort of a shame thing. So they have to be so fucking straight, you know? Yeah. Dude, let's go, baby. Sam, there you go, man. Self-awareness. Dude, but again, what I would say to those guys in the bar that I worked at that used to hear this story and they would get all uptight, I would tell them, I would say, guys, here's the deal. It's like you guys don't know. Like you guys are all convinced that you're not gay or bi, but you don't know because you haven't done it. It's only when you've experimented and tested those waters where you find out really if you're gay or bi. If you go and hook up with the dude, you will know if you are gay or bi after that hookup. You'll know if you have those proclivities. It will clear it up for you, right? But again, the funny thing is like the jails, right? The jails are where you see it, where the straightest guys out there go to jail and they have sex with men because of the need for sex. And it has nothing to do with being gay, right? It's like, it really doesn't, you know what I mean? But all right, I'm going to go make some videos. You guys have been amazing, right? I'm going to go fucking edit mode. Tell me who could be once eluded me. Tell me who could be eluded me. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I'm tripping. I'm gonna go edit videos all night. I will see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna go out with probably 2 minutes of the song Red through the guitar solo. I love you guys. Keep it fucking real, baby. See you tomorrow.
Red, red, who's your lover now? Red, red, who's it all about?